Honorable members, I've got two short communications. The first one is on the stay of consideration of the Political Parties Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2022, and the Kenya Sign Language Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024. Honorable members, you recall that in January 2025, the National Assembly held a successful midterm retreat for members in which various pertinent issues relating to the business of the House were deliberated on. During the retreat, it was observed that a remarkable number of members had submitted legislative proposals on various subject matters, some of which had already been published as bills and are at different stages of consideration. It was further noted that some of the bills and legislative proposals contained similar or related subject matters. Indeed, the retreat resolved that to ensure prudent use of available time and to fast-track consideration of the bills and proposals, it will be imperative that the bills be consolidated. Honorable members, it's against this background that the retreat resolved that the sponsors of bills and legislative proposals with similar or related subject matters consider consolidating the bills by either co-sponsoring or introducing amendments to an existing bill under consideration. Further, it was resolved that the committees under whose mandates the consolidated bills fall take into account contents of various bills and incorporate them in their reports to the House for possible inclusion and consideration during Committee of the Whole. Honorable members, in furtherance of this resolution, I have since received a letter dated 27th February 2025 from the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Gladys Bose, MGH MP, requesting stay of consideration of the Political Parties Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2022, which was published via Gazette Notice Supplement number 154 of 14th October 2023, seeking to amend the Political Parties Act, Cap 7D. The bill requires the Registrar of Political Parties to convey to the Clerk of each House of Parliament any coalition agreement deposited with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. The bill was read as a first time on 12th April 2023, following which it was committed to the Procedure and House Rules Committee for consideration. In her letter, the Deputy Speaker further indicates that a similar bill, the Political Parties Amendment Bill number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2024, originating from the Senate, is before this House, and noting the resolution made during the midterm retreat to consolidate bills on the same subject, she requests on behalf of the Procedure and House Rules Committee to stay any further consideration of the bill. You will also recall, honorable members, that on 12 February 2025, I reported to the House that I had received a message from the Senate on the passage of several bills, including the Political Parties Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2024. The bill, which is sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader, seeks to actualize some of the recommendations and views of the public submitted to the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, during the National Dialogue Discourse on Issues of Electoral Justice. The bill was read a first time on 13th February 2025 and committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Similar honorable members have also received a letter from the Honorable Umulkhair Harun Mohammed MP, sponsor of the Kenya Sign Language Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024, also seeking to suspend consideration of the bill. The bill seeks to provide for the recognition, promotion, development and use of Kenyan Sign Language, and to mandate the state to put in place measures for the promotion of the rights of the marginalized, including persons with disabilities. In furtherance of the resolutions made during the midterm retreat, for members of the House, the Honorable Umulkhair Harun MP notes that the bill has similar proposals as those contained in the Kenyan Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, co-sponsored by Senator Crystal Asige MP and the Minority Whip, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona CBS MP, which is also before the House. The latter bill was read a first time on 28 February 2024 and committed to the Departmental Committee on Social Protection. Honorable members, I have acceded to the request by the Deputy Speaker and Member for Uasin Gishu County, the Honorable Gladys Boss, MGH MP, and nominated member, the Honorable Umulher Harun MP, and in this regard, I hereby direct as follows. 1, that the consideration of the Political Parties Amendment Bill, National Bill number 35 of 2022, and the Kenya Sign Language Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024 is stayed forthwith. 2, that the Departmental Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs and the Departmental Committee on Social Protection take into consideration the contents of the two bills by the two honorable members and accommodate the proposals contained in the two bills in their respective reports to the House for consideration during Committee of the Whole House. Indeed, honorable members, I take this opportunity to laud the two members for this bold step, which fosters proper time management as well as collegiality with our legislative processes. I urge other honorable members with the similar or related bills to consider consolidation or co-sponsoring, as this will fast-track consideration of the bills. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Honorable Kamket, what is your idea of the nearest seat? In Tiati, the nearest means the farthest? Take the nearest seats, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable members, the next communication is on the withdrawal of the Unclaimed Financial Assets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2024. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Unclaimed Financial Assets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2024, sponsored by the leader of the majority party, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, AGH MP, was published via the Gazette Notice Supplement number 58 of 8th March 2024, seeking to entirely give owners or claimants of unclaimed assets the power to designate payment of a claim to another person. The bill was read a second time on 28th November 2024 and has been awaiting consideration in the Committee of the Whole House. However, honorable members, I have since received a correspondence from the sponsor, the leader of the majority party, conveying his desire to withdraw the bill pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 140, which provides as follows, and I quote, either before the commencement of business or on the order of the day for any stage of the bill is being read, the member in charge of a bill may, without notice, claim to withdraw a bill. Honorable members, in the letter dated 27th February 2025, the leader of the majority party states that in its submission to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority indicated that the authority was in the process of proposing comprehensive amendments to the Principal Act. In this regard, the authority requested stay of the current proposals for possible inclusion in the broader amendments to the proposed amendments. Honorable members, having considered the request by the leader of the majority party and noting that attendant provision of the standing orders, I have acceded to the request and hereby direct that the Unclaimed Financial Assets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2024, stands withdrawn forthwith. I thank you. Honorable members, while I'm still on my feet, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Ngai Murunya Secondary School from Kajiado North, Kajiado. PCEA Ngong Hill Secondary School from Kajiado North, Kajiado. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Equally, honorable members, allow me to recognize a delegation of staff from the Parliament of Uganda. Honorable members, I would like to acknowledge the presence of a delegation of 6 staff from the Research Office of the Parliament of Uganda sitting in the Speaker's Gallery to observe the House proceedings. The delegation is on a benchmarking share best parliamentary practices and experiences with our staff in the National Assembly. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome them to the House of Parliament. I thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, March 5th, 2025. Afternoon sitting. Honorable Speaker, I lay the report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the National Government's Constituencies Development Fund, NG-CDF, for the year ended 30th June 2024, and the certificates there in respect of the following: Belgut Constituency, Bobasi Constituency, Bomet Central Constituency, Bonchari Constituency, Bondo Constituency, Budalangi Constituency, Bureti Constituency, Butere Constituency, Dadaab Constituency, Funyula Constituency, Gatanga Constituency, Hamisi Constituency, Jomvu Constituency, Kabete Constituency, Kaiti Constituency, Kajiado North Constituency, Kajiado West Constituency, Kandara Constituency, Kasipuru Constituency, Keses Constituency, Kiambu Constituency, 22nd Kibwezi East Constituency, Kajiado Central Constituency, Kajiado East Constituency, Kimilili Constituency, Kipkelion West Constituency, Kitui West Constituency, Kitutu Chache South Constituency, Kuria East Constituency, Lari Constituency, Likoni Constituency, Luanda Constituency, Makueni Constituency, Malava Constituency, Marakwet West Constituency, Mathioya Constituency, Mathira Constituency, Matungu Constituency, Matungulu Constituency, Mumias West Constituency, Mvita Constituency, Mwatate Constituency, Mwingi Central Constituency, Nambale Constituency, Navakholo Constituency, Nyatike Constituency, Rarieda Constituency, Shinyalu Constituency, South Mugirango Constituency, Suna West Constituency, Teso North Constituency, 52 Riri Constituency, 53 Wajia Constituency, 54 Wundanyi Constituency, 55 Webuye Constituency, 56 West Mugirango Constituency. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, amendments to the 2025 Budget Policy Statement from the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, I want members to note that we have an amendment to the 2025 Budget Policy Statement from the National Treasury, which I table. Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I beg to table. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted, Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, to make clarification on the table document which is in the form of a letter from the National Treasury. Because, Honorable Speaker, members may have noticed, and the country did see from the budget policy statement what was said to have been an error in the BPS that was sent to the House if the Honorable Marian Keitany can allow me to hear myself.
Member for Aldai.
I was drawing our attention because it's important for the member for Aldai to understand the basis of the letter that has been sent to us from the National Treasury. What would be seen to be a correction of what was said to have been an error in the BPS that was admitted, an error that was actually discovered by the Finance Committee between the fiscal framework and the expenditure framework that was under the Ministry of Health. And there was a difference of about 73 billion shillings, because the fiscal framework had an amount of 4.263 trillion. And on the other hand, the projected expenditure on page 55 of the BPS was 4.336 trillion. And that is the difference of 73 billion. And I can see the Honorable Ariko nodding in agreement, because it is out of the diligence of the members of the Finance Committee that they're able to point out this glaring inconsistency in the figures. And the National Treasury has then sent a correction of that, or a clarification of what the issue was. Honorable Speaker, in their correction, they assert that the matter is as a result of the classification of the Social Health Insurance Fund in the budget. As members are aware, those like Honorable Ariko who are accountants, according to the International Financial Reporting Standards, and specifically the Government Finance Statistics Manual of 2014, Social Security funds can be categorized in two ways. And one of the ways is to categorize the Social Security funds as a separate category, distinct from other ministries, departments, or agencies' expenditure, or as part of the government department that manages them. And that is exactly what had happened, that they had categorized them under the government department expenditure under the Ministry of Health, the State Department for Medical Services, and that is how it was left out in the cumulative total of the fiscal framework. Honorable Speaker, that now has been corrected to align it with the International Financial Reporting Standards, and particularly the Government Finance Statistics Manual of 2014. And the figures now agree. And therefore, let me take this opportunity first to thank the Finance Committee, because had they not pointed that out, then we would have been left with those who are very keen on pointing out what are famously referred to as computer errors. And you would have seen people in funerals saying the budget policy statement has an error, a computer error, it is theft, it is looting, but now it is clear, and those two figures now have been aligned to agree between the entire expenditure framework and the fiscal framework that is before the House and being considered by the departmental committees and the liaison committee. And I think this letter has also been tabled before the liaison committee for noting, and also before the Finance and National Planning Committee, Honorable Speaker. And I must indeed thank the diligence of the members of the Finance Committee. You know, many a times, Honorable Speaker, the House is accused that, oh, the House only rubber stamps that which comes from the executive without paying scrutiny. And the Finance and National Planning has very seasoned members like the Honorable Keinan, the Honorable Ariko, the Honorable Atandi, a very efficient and diligent chair, the Honorable Member for Molo, Kimani Kuria, the Honorable Umulher, who is also a member of that committee, the Vice Chair, who served as a member, as a chair of that committee in the 11th Parliament, the Honorable Benjamin Nangat, and many other members, Honorable Speaker, who are very diligent. And that tells you that this House has members in committees that actually scrutinize figures, number after number, and almost from comma to full stop of whatever documents are tabled before the House. And Honorable Speaker, I want to believe that that matter will now rest and will be taken care of by the relevant committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Wanjiku Muya. Wanjiku, you are very mobile. A few minutes ago, you were sitting here. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I was lobbying because many members are not aware which motions I'm giving the notice. But, Honorable Speaker, I'm giving a notice of a motion to adjourn the House on a definite matter of urgent national importance to discuss the delay in absorption of health workers under the universal health coverage. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 331, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the delay in absorption of healthcare workers under the universal health coverage. Honorable Speaker, in May and June 2020, 8,571 healthcare professionals were recruited on a 3-year contract under the UHC program. Majority of these officers were deployed to the county facilities, while a small number was posted to national government facilities. In 2023, the respective contracts were renewed for a further 3 years. However, whereas the contracts of the health workers posted to national government facilities were renewed under similar terms as those agreed on 2020, the health workers recruited under county government had their remuneration reduced by half. This is contrary to established labor practice of equal pay, equal work, and falls short of the expectation of fair labor principles as enshrined in Article 41 of the Constitution. Additionally, it is noted that whereas the renewed contracts were given by the county government, the salary for the officers is paid by the Minister of Health, which is under national government. Honorable Speaker, in October 2023, the national government assured the UHC staff that they would be transitioned to permanent and pensionable terms. Sadly, in October 2024, the Ministry of Health only transitioned 110 health workers who are under the national government to permanent and pensionable terms, while leaving the remaining health workers engaged under the county government on contractual terms. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view of exploring possible and lasting solution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Wanjiku, you have no supporter for your motion. No, there is a point of order, Mr. Speaker. No, we cannot go to a point of order. Your notice collapses, you have nobody supporting you. Your notice, Wanjiku, collapses, you have nobody supporting you.
No, Honorable Speaker, they are members.
Where are they?
All this, they didn't know, that's what they're saying.
Good. We have... How many? We require 20. Those standing, hold your horses there. You are more than 20. Yes. What is your point of order?
81, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, because having met the threshold,
yes,
you'll only raise your point of order at the time it comes for debate.
Okay.
Wanjiku Muya, I allocate you 1 hour. The House is sitting up to 9 o'clock tonight. So you will move your motion at exactly 8 p.m. Order. Next order. Order. Honorable Tenda Molo, what is amusing you? You seem to be in some state of hysteria.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am greatly impressed by the diligence of the Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We start with a statement response by the Chair of Health to an issue raised by Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Health, I rise to give a statement on matters concerning the death of Mr. Gilbert Kinyua, which has elicited a lot of debate among members of the public and raised concerns regarding the safety and security of patients and staff in health facilities. In response to these concerns, Honorable Speaker, the committee visited Kenyatta National Hospital on Friday, 21st February 2025, to clarify the issues raised. Mr. Gilbert Kinyua was referred to Kenyatta National Hospital from St. Mary's Hospital, Langata on December 11, 2024, and was admitted to Ward 7B, which specializes in the management of patients with nervous disorders, that is neurological disorders. At admission, Mr. Kinyua had pressure sores, wounds within the pressure points, resulting from prolonged immobility. After an evaluation by KNH specialists, Mr. Kinyua was diagnosed with a rare neurological disorder known as Guillain-Barré syndrome that causes muscle weaknesses. His condition was particularly severe, affecting all his limbs, that is the hands and the legs. He therefore required total nurse care, including tube feeding. Despite the severity of his condition, his status had remained stable under KNH care. On Thursday, 6 February 2025, Mr. Kinyua's condition was observed to be stable and the day proceeded as normal. The night shift team took over without noting any undue concerns. The nursing staff attended to him at 9 p.m., midnight, and at 3 a.m. in the morning, and no abnormalities were reported during these routine checks. On circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Gilbert Kinyua, the acting CEO, Kenyatta National Hospital, Dr. William Sikilai, who is a physician, informed the committee that in the early morning of Friday, 7th February, during the nurses' ward rounds at approximately 6 a.m., the late Kinyua was found with his face covered by a blood-stained sheath. Upon uncovering him, the nurses discovered that he was motionless with a cut wound on his neck. Immediately, the nurse reported the incident and the respective teams were notified for action. Within 30 minutes, the DCI was notified and arrived at the scene. The family members, that's the wife and brother to the deceased, arrived within an hour. The body was moved to the mortuary within the day. The chief security officer informed the committee that Kenyatta National Hospital has an elaborate security system in place, including CCTV cameras in common areas. Additionally, the hospital has officers from the National Police Service station within the hospital and in close proximity to the Kenyatta police posts. In light of this incident, the hospital has heightened and enhanced security measures across the hospital to ensure the safety of more than 1,800 patients, staff, and all visitors. The interventions on patient security and safety by Kenyatta National Hospital. On KNH security and safety governance instruments, the hospital has developed a security and safety strategy, policies, and standard operating procedures. The hospital security human resources comprise of 3 distinct teams that collaborate in ensuring security and safety. These include Kenyatta National Hospital employees, who are 119, outsourced security services 261, and National Police Service officers, together with the NSIS officers. The hospital has installed 331 CCTV cameras and has established a security communication center, which is monitored on 24-hour basis and respecting patients' privacy. On multi-agency approach, the hospital has established partnerships and collaborations with institutions within the KNH complex, that is KMTC, University of Nairobi, Government Chemist, KEMRI, National Radiology, Ministry of Health, AFIA Annex, as well as other state agencies, including NIS, DCI, Kenya Police, Kenya Prison Services, and other institutional arrangements. To maintain continuity of care of patients, the wards are manned on 24 hours basis by clinical staff, including nurses, who work in shifts. In addition, there are established protocols and guidelines and work instructions to support the execution of respective functions. Besides the existing interventions, the hospital further seeks to enhance its safety and security mechanisms in the following ways: construction of modern gates and entry points with modern access control capabilities, acquisition and installation of electric security management system with biometric, radio frequency identification, and visitors management system. Prioritization of KNH as a strategic government installation for provision of armed security on 24-hour basis, 7 days a week by the Critical Infrastructure Protection Unit, and securing the hospital from external threats by erecting a perimeter wall across the hospital with designated entry points. Honorable Speaker, the committee made the following key observations from its engagements with the hospital management. For improved security and safety for patients and hospital staff, the hospital to strengthen its internal security. The current focus for hospital has largely been on external threats. 2, the pet mate of the late Gilbert Kinyua had been officially discharged by the hospital. However, he remained within the hospital since he was homeless. The said patient was being treated and had been diagnosed with diabetes and convulsions and was later taken to a shelter through the hospital's intervention. The shelter had, however, refused to keep the said patient owing to this disruptive behavior. The patient has been experiencing convulsions, which has medically been proven that such convulsions may sometimes manifest as convulsive behavior, where a person acts without later recalling their actions. Owing to this patient's medical diagnosis, the acting CEO of the hospital informed the committee that the patient's fingerprints had been taken to the National Registration Bureau for further investigation, together with the knife. The prevailing security measures at the hospital were put in place after a previous state of a patient at the hospital in 2015. That's 10 years ago. At that time, the hospital had only 12 CCTV cameras. But since then, the hospital has acquired and installed 331 CCTV cameras. The hospital has also 119 in-house security employees and 216 outsourced security services, as well as officers from the National Police Service. The post-mortem on the body of the late Gilbert Kinyua was conducted in the presence of both government and independent family pathologists. The samples from the post-mortem were sent to the government chemist for analysis. As at the time of the committee's visit to the hospital, the post-mortem results were not yet released to the hospital, but had been handed over to the DCI. The hospital receives nearly 30,000 visitors daily, who should pass through screening system, which will help to prevent weapons from being brought into the hospital. Honorable Speaker, the committee made the following recommendations: that the Director of Criminal Investigation to urgently finalize investigations on this unfortunate death and recommend appropriate action with a view of establishing and holding accountable the person responsible for the death of Mr. Gilbert Kinyua. 2, that the Board of Kenyatta National Hospital to audit the hospital's internal security systems within 1 month so as to identify possible security breaches, in particular internal security threats, and come up with mitigation measures for necessary implementation. The report of the audit to be shared with the committee, which shall access the areas that may be allocated funds during the budgetary process. In conclusion, the matter is actively before the committee. Further, the matter is under investigation by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and the suspect is still under the custody of the hospital. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, you've listened to the statement. Give.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I had noticed that the committee were at Kenyatta National Hospital while I was away at Pan-African Parliament. But my question is not fully answered. But let me deal with the issue of Gilbert Kinyua. The family actually got in touch with me when I was in South Africa and asked, what do we do? The hospital has said they're going for a postmortem and we need to have our own doctor. I quickly got in touch with a few doctors and I managed to get the family a doctor to represent them and settle the money of 25,000 for them to be able to have their own independent doctor. They want, the Kenyatta National Hospital has waived they've waived the hospital fee as well as the mortuary charges. But what I'm a bit concerned about is this is not the first time that we're having a death in Kenyatta National Hospital. We had one on 29th of November 2015, Mr. Cosmos Mutunga was found dead. And now that we have the second incident at Kenyatta National Hospital, I believe that from the first one to the second one, if we had improved the security at that point, then why is it that that particular ward was not covered with CCTV? I want to know whether the CCTV cameras 331 were installed after the incident of Gilbert or after the incident of Mr. Cosmos Mutunga. We also have another incident that happened in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Eldoret. Mr. Albert Chiseng he was missing from the hospital bed, and then on the 29th of January he went missing from the hospital, and then on the 9th of February his body was found decomposed near the hospital. So right now my biggest concern and the question that I asked is, what are we doing about investigations? I know it is probably not the Ministry of Health that does the investigation, but we have to have a multi-sectorial approach, because the investigations are what are going to be able to help us improve the quality and duty of care for the patients, the staff of the hospital. The second thing that I want to ask is, what about compensation? Here you are today. The family is looking for over 400,000 to give their loved one a burial, and they don't even have that money. They didn't even have the money for the postmortem to have an independent doctor. In this particular case, what is the duty of care? What is the compensation that the family is going to get? Because Susan is young with 2 young children. It's not enough just to waive the hospital bill and to waive the mortuary charges. They have a burial. They also have children that need to go to school. They have counseling needs for the entire family. So since the government should be culpable, what are the compensations? Do they have insurance? Is there a way and a mechanism to compensate this family, not just this one, but all the other families? And what is the status of the investigation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dr. Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hear the Honorable Esther Passaris. I think the basic facts that we should be able to put in place is that Gilbert Kinyua was paralyzed before being admitted in the hospital. He had Guillain-Barré syndrome, severe form, where he could not move his limbs, both the hands and the legs. And he was paralyzed in the hospital and being fed with a tube.
He's responding to what you have asked. And
being fed with a tube. The hospital was taking care of him. The hospital has cooperated with the DCI in terms of investigations that are ongoing, so that the culprit can be brought into book and the justice be delivered. I don't think at this stage we should be discussing the issue of compensation. There is a mechanism for which compensation can be sought. And at this stage, I think it is too premature for us to start thinking of compensation. Secondly, you've asked about the CCTV cameras, the 331, whether they were put after the incident of Kinyua or after the 2015 incident. They were put after the 2015 incident. As of the issue about the issue of Eldoret, I think that is not a matter that is before the committee, and therefore I cannot be able to respond on that issue. And the Honorable Esther Passaris, while she was in South Africa, she asked me for the number of Dr. Sikilai. At that time, the CEO, Dr. Kamuri, had resumed, and I gave her the number. So I think there are other mechanisms which she can pursue to follow up and see how the family can be assisted. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Passaris.
Mr. Speaker, you know, while I know that Parliament has immunity to discuss everything, I mean, I am definitely going to sit with Susan, the wife of the deceased, because what she told me that her husband was diagnosed with Parkinson's, and for me, whatever stage, whatever care that the hospital was providing, which we appreciate, the one thing that they needed to provide, which they never provide, was to keep the patient safe. In the state that he was in, somebody walked into that hospital, slit his neck.
Order, Esther Passaris. You know, you are not making statements of fact. The investigations are ongoing, and the statements you are making can easily prejudice those investigations. So be very measured in what you are saying, because you cannot say with finality what you are saying when the DCI is investigating a possible homicide. Yes, Bukose, just hold on, Esther.
The doctors who are attending to this patient, the diagnosis is Guillain-Barré syndrome. It is not Parkinson's disease. And that is confirmed by the acting CEO, Dr. Sikilai, and the medical doctors in the hospital. So it was not Parkinson's. And the patient was referred from St. Mary's Hospital with bed sores. That means wherever the patient was not moving. The patient was paralyzed and was in bed and developed wounds on pressure points. And therefore, when the patient was brought to Kenyatta, with wounds or in the pressure points. And the Kenyatta did tracings and turning of the patient so that these wounds could be able to heal. And the patient was also on NG nasogastric feeding, was being fed using a tube because the patient could not swallow. So he had to be assisted to feed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Esther, you're done?
Mr. Speaker, you know, I stand here very disheartened because I hear one story from the family and another story from the chair of the committee. What I want to say is that we have a family that is in distress, a family that is in need, and it's not premature for us to start discussing compensation, especially since from the date the incident happened up to today, if the surveillance cameras were there, I can't understand why we have not made any arrests up to now. If you don't arrest somebody in the next 24 hours or 7 days, then you really have weakened your case. And I really feel that it's time for us to discuss compensation. And I hope that the chair will answer the other questions that were contained in the question, the main question, which include the other patients who have died in our referral facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mukami, I notice you have a request for a statement on the same patient.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
You may go ahead and seek clarifications from Bukose, the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I request for statement regarding the recent murder of patient in Kenyatta National Hospital. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision. Yes.
I have not given you an opportunity to seek a statement. I've given you an opportunity to seek any clarification on the matter.
Honorable Speaker, personally, I wanted to ask the chair of the Defense Investigation Committee. I wanted him to tell us the status of investigation into the murder of Mr. Gilbert Kenywa in Kenyatta National Hospital, the action being taken to ensure the perpetrators of the crime is arrested and prosecuted without delay. And Honorable Speaker, I wanted to confirm from Honorable Pukose that Mr. Kenywa has a family. He has a wife and children, and he's from Mukurweini. Because from his statement, he has said that he was dumped in Kenyatta Hospital. He doesn't have any family. So I wanted the clarification from the chairman of the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Bukose, did you say he was dumped in Kenyatta Hospital?
Honorable Speaker, I didn't make that kind of statement. And the Hansard can bear me out. What I said is that the patient was referred from St. Mary's Hospital to Kenyatta National Hospital. Yes. It is the other patient who was neighboring Kinyua that he was a patient who was abandoned in the hospital with diabetes and convulsions. After he was treated and recovered, the Kenyatta National Hospital looked for him a place to be taken care of in some of the homes. When he was taken there, after a few days, because of his behavior, which was erratic and unpredictable, the nursing home refused, and he was brought back to Kenyatta. This other patient now is the one who was staying in the next bed to patient Kinyua. So it is Kinyua has a family. He was referred from St. Mary's. I did not say he was abandoned.
Mukami, on the status of investigations, you can look at the statement. I think he gave a fairly elaborate description on the status of investigations.
Thank you, Honorable
Yes,
Speaker.
Dr. Nyikal. Give Dr. Nyikal the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add to what our chair said. And Mr. Speaker, I think there are two issues here. One is the general security in the hospital. Two, the specific circumstances in this case. And I think our chairperson has brought out a very important point, which I think we probably need to take into consideration, that this person died and nobody seems to have seen anything. And yet this person actually was sharing a room with another patient who himself was actually not unconscious, was active. And this person actually had convulsive disorders and disruptive behavior for which he has been sent away from the home that the hospital had found for him. So the important fact here, and I think the investigations will take that into consideration, as our chair said, is this arrangement that there is this other person who is unwell, who has a disorder that can actually affect his mental status. I think we don't probably, as you said, want to go much into that, but I think once that has been brought out, the investigative officers are in, and we did bring out to their attention the attention of the investigative officers. That is an extremely important follow-up, but it is now their duty. But the committee did bring out and note that fact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kagusha.
Thank you, Speaker. It's important to note that once a patient is actually in a hospital, it becomes the responsibility of the hospital to ensure that the security of that patient is guaranteed. Honorable Speaker, the way the investigation has been going seems to be pointing towards the bedmate or the neighbor to the extent that he's the one who might have terminated the life of this patient. And very important questions linger in mind. How did this patient also have a knife in the hospital? How was that possible? Speaker, what I find also a bit suspect is that whereas this patient was in the custody of the hospital and the hospital was treating this patient and his life was terminated in hospital, the hospital has continued to demand from this very poor family for bills to be paid for the time the patient had been there. This family has no way of raising this money and can't be able to pay those bills. And I'm wondering whether it is right for the hospital, after not guaranteeing the security of this patient and the patient having been killed in the hands of the hospital, for the hospital to go ahead again and demand for the payment of the bill from this patient. Honorable Speaker, I think you should direct that even as a matter of mercy and CSR by the hospital, it should, in the first instance, lift all the bills from this patient so that Mr. Kenyua can be arrested by the family.
Honorable Kagusha.
Yeah.
Esther Passares, who brought the request, is disputing your assertions that the bills are being demanded for payment.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes,
this patient.
Order, Honorable Kenyua. Honorable Kagusha, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. While Honorable Kagusha was raising that issue, I got in touch with the CEO KNH, Dr. Njoroge Kamuri, and he informed me that yesterday the relatives came and the hospital informed them that they'll waive the mortuary and the ward fee, everything will be waived. But they continue to demand that we need to see how much is that is going to be waived, and they went with their bill. But as per now, the hospital will waive the mortuary fee. You don't have to pay anything. The hospital will waive the medical bills. There is nothing. You can just organize and have the body taken away without paying anything to the hospital.
Yes, Kagusha.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. That would be refreshing, because the brief which I had from the family, and Honorable Speaker, I have visited this family severally, and I've also been in touch with the family, including the clergy, and the brief which I had from the family is that they were being pushed into paying these bills. Honorable Speaker, I have also been in touch with Dr. Kamuri, and he had not made any such commitment. So, Honorable Speaker, if indeed he has made that commitment to the chair of the committee, I want to believe that he's serious about it, it's unanswered now, and that he should ensure that that bill is waived. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Passares, you want to pursue this again? Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I feel that Dr. Nikal mentioned, the way Dr. Nikal talked, it was like the patient that was sitting next to Gilbert is a suspect. For me, I know that there was a knife that was found near the hospital with blood. I saw something in South Africa recently, because they have similar high crime like in Kenya. The police gives updated reports on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, especially on such sensitive cases, so that we are not left speculating on whether it's this way or that way. But for me, if the patient that was next to Gilbert was one that had mental issues, and Gilbert was vulnerable because he was suffering from bed sores, the hospital still has a duty of care. I confirm that the family has said that the bills are being waived. So we're happy about that, but that is not enough. The children need to go to school. Susan needs to make sure she is able to sustain herself. So I think we should be talking compensation, because we should lead by example. The family needs to be compensated, because I don't see the investigations going anywhere, especially if the patient next to him is the prime suspect and he has not been charged yet. Thank you.
Yes, Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I think this debate is something which is interesting to all of us, but I suppose that the chair in that committee should investigate it some more, so that we fulfill a mandate that this House has to be able to see to it on the question of, number one, security. And it is not just limited to this patient. I think when the question arose from the honorable member from Nairobi, it questions the question of security. And so the minister concerned, or the agency concerned, should let us have a total picture of security in the institution. Number two, apart from the investigation in terms of determining culpability, there is a whole issue of tortious liability on who has the duty of care. Because a patient is in an institution, for some reason the patient dies, and there are facts there are issues to the fact that some people, whether mentally ill or not, are with that patient in that whole home. So who bears that tortious liability of the duty of care? So I think that without us giving so much information on this, probably, Mr. Speaker, with a lot of indulgence, you may want to ask the chair with specific assignments to go and investigate this thing so that we can have an oversight function or role on these matters. Thank you.
He already said that the DCI will be sharing the progress on investigations on this matter. So as and when he gets material beyond what he has said here, Chairman, you be responsible enough to bring some additional communication to the House. Statement request by Hussein Bare, MB for Tarbaj.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a statement. It's a request for a statement on the rampant cases of human trafficking in northern Kenya. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the rampant cases of human trafficking in northern Kenya. Honorable Speaker, recruitment agencies, though opaque, are operating in Wajir, Mandera, Garissa counties, and they prey on the hopes and dreams of the young generation, enticing them with the promise of a brighter future abroad. Due to the high cost of living and lack of job opportunities in the country, the young generation accept the opportunities to travel abroad offered by the recruiters. Unfortunately, the victims are handed over to human traffickers locally and abroad who demand ransom from their families for them to be released. The act of recruiting, transporting, transferring, harboring, or receiving individuals using threats, coercion, abduction, fraud, deception, abuse of power, or position of vulnerability is done for the purpose of exploitation. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. One, a comprehensive report on the investigation into human trafficking in northern Kenya and in the country, including the investigation into the operation of involved recruitment agencies. Measures being taken to ensure that the families and individuals who suffer these atrocities get injustice and rehabilitation. The long-term measures being implemented to address cases of human trafficking in the country and formalize labor export from the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
2 weeks. Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I want to indulge you on this because from what I hear, the honorable member is talking about Kenyans being exported outside of the country beyond our territorial boundaries. And it's my honest opinion that this could be more handled by the Foreign Affairs.
Where the question is about human trafficking in northern Kenya, not out of northern Kenya.
But beyond our territorial boundaries, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, Clerk, can you check and see whether we can reassign the statement to Foreign Affairs? Be that as it may, whichever committee handles, they will respond to you in 2 weeks. Rahab Mukamiyo has his spent, so we skip that. Joseph Munyoro, MP Kigumo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the disappearance of persons in my constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the disappearance of persons from Kegumo constituency. Honorable Speaker, an alarming trend has emerged regarding the disappearance of persons in Mandera sublocation in Kegumo constituency. Honorable Speaker, Mr. David Gitau Maina of ID number 20 as listed there disappeared on 27 of December 2024 and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. According to his family members, Mr. Gitau went out to complete a large purchase transaction and his phone went silent. He has not been seen since. On the same day, Mr. David Jehia Masharia, whose ID is listed, vanished from his home and his location is also unknown. Additionally, Mr. James Buru Kariuki, ID number as listed from Irima village in the same sublocation, disappeared on the same date and has not been located. Moreover, on January 7, 2025, Mr. Patrick Karanja Gitau, whose ID is listed, a recently retired army officer, vanished from his home and his whereabouts remain unaccounted for. All these disappearances have been reported to Kegumo Police Station under the following OB numbers: OB number 10/29/12/2024, OB number 10/21/01/2025, OB number 14/01/2025, and OB number 29/8/01/2025. Efforts to trace the whereabouts of the missing persons have faced several challenges, including the fact that Kegumo Police Station, which serves as the divisional headquarters, is operating with only one malfunctioning vehicle for the whole constituency, limiting mobility. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1. Report on the whereabouts of Mr. David Gitau Maina, Mr. Daniel Jehia Masharia, Mr. James Buru Kariuki, and Mr. Patrick Karaja Gitau, and the status of investigations by the police on their disappearance as reported under OB numbers 10/01/01/2025, 10/29/12/2024, 29/8/01/2025, and 14/01/2025 respectively. 2. Actions being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to ensure that the said persons are expeditiously traced and reunited with their families and perpetrators of their disappearances are brought to book. 3. Measures put in place by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to ensure the safety of residents of Mandera sublocation in Kegumo constituency. And 4. Plans put in place by the Ministry to provide more vehicles to Kegumo Police Station to facilitate the security personnel to undertake their operations with this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Tongoyo.
Honorable Speaker, I will be able to respond in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. It is.
Yes.
Okay. Joyce Kamene, member for Machakos County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a request for a statement regarding the status of Mavoko Water Supply Project. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Department Committee of Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the status of Mavoko Water Supply Project. Honorable Speaker, the Mavoko Drinking Water Supply Project is an initiative financed jointly by the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Kingdom of Belgium, in line with the national government's commitment to provision of universal, clean and safe water. The project seeks to increase the water supply capacity to 12,000 and 5,000 cubic meters per day to Mavoko and Syokimau areas respectively. Hundreds of residents who have been hoping to benefit from the project, considering the perennial water shortages in these areas, continue to face challenges owing to the incoordinate delay in the implementation of the project. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on the following: a report on the status of implementation of the Mavoko Drinking Water Supply Project, jointly funded by the Kenyan and Belgian government. A report on the steps being taken by the ministry to ensure the completion of the project and the expected timeline for its completion, and the interim measures being taken by the ministry to address the water scarcity faced by the residents and to protect them from unscrupulous water vendors.
Yes,
I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Joyce Kamene. Bowen, Chair, Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation. Bowen, when you have business, you should remain static.
Yes, I had seen it, Honorable Speaker, but in 2 weeks' time, I will bring answers.
2 weeks' time. Thank you. Next, hold on. Before we go on with the next statements, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Light Academy from Karen Langata, Nairobi, Kenyatta University students from Ruiru, Kiambu. On my behalf and on your behalf as a house, we welcome them to the House of Parliament. Next, Honorable Clive Gisairo, MP Kitutu Masaba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the policy on transmission of political messages by Safaricom PLC. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation regarding the policy applied by Safaricom PLC on transmission of political messages. Honorable Speaker, in recent months, numerous users of various premium rate services providers, PRSP, and customers whose applications for sender IDs are whitelisted as pre-approved entities have been experiencing blocking of transmission of political messages. This raises significant concerns about transparency and fairness of the criteria used by the Safaricom PLC to determine messages deemed to be acceptable and those which are not. Political messaging is a vital aspect of our democratic process, allowing candidates to communicate on their platforms and engage with voters. By blocking certain political messages, Safaricom PLC may inadvertently favor specific political entities over others, which could cause an imbalance in the political landscape. The lack of clear guidelines and communication from Safaricom regarding this policy undermines democratic engagement and the free flow of information. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation on the following. 1. A report on whether the policy by Safaricom PLC, if any, regarding transmission of political messages aligns with the constitutional provisions and laws safeguarding freedom of speech and communication and consumer rights of access to information. Steps taken by Safaricom PLC to ensure that the process for blocking sender IDs, particularly in the political context, is impartial and free from bias. 3. The policy framework and administrative mechanisms for affected parties to seek redress or appeal, including seeking refund for the whitelisted sender IDs. 4, the criteria for approving or blocking transmission of political bulk messages and the safeguards put in place by Safaricom PLC to prevent the message blocking system from being exploited for political gain or to suppress certain viewpoints. And 5, a report on whether Safaricom PLC allows inter-network termination of messages to other networks, particularly Airtel, and if not, the interventions required for Safaricom to allow inter-network termination and facilitate a common sender ID for messages sent through the two service providers, particularly by businesses and organizations, so as to enhance their brand recognition and improve the overall user experience. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had raised this statement in the third session, and it took months without getting a response. I hope the committee
will ensure you get a response quickly.
Thank you, Speaker.
Communication, Information and Innovation. KJ, Majority Leader, ensure we have a response in 2 weeks.
I will do that.
Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to request for a statement regarding the safety and security of Kenyans stranded in Myanmar. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the safety and security of Kenyans stranded in Myanmar. Honorable Speaker, since 2022, hundreds of Kenyans have fallen victims to an elaborate human trafficking syndicate operating under the guise of lucrative jobs offered in Thailand. Many are lured with promises of employment as customer service agents, drivers, waiters, among others. However, upon arrival in Bangkok, Thailand, they are kidnapped and transported to the border town of Mae Sot, from where they are smuggled into Myanmar. Once in Myanmar, victims are subjected to forced labor, coercion, and criminal activities, including sophisticated online scams targeting individuals globally, including Kenya. While there has been a rescue of over 7,000 foreigners, many persons, including a significant number of Kenyans, remain trapped, unable to cross back to Thailand due to the closed border. The conditions at these borders are dire, as they lack basic necessities such as food, water, and sanitation facilities, while the security situation is volatile. The issue of human trafficking of Kenyans in Myanmar is not new, and its persistence highlights the needs of lasting measures. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. Number 1, status of Kenyans currently stranded in Myanmar, and especially those currently stranded at the Myanmar-Thailand border, including the number of Kenyans affected, the current security situations, and timelines for their repatriation. Number 2, the immediate action being taken by the Minister of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to engage with the government of Thailand in rescuing Kenyans stranded at the Myanmar-Thailand border. Number 3, measures taken by the Minister of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to engage with the government of Thailand in addressing the issue of human trafficking, including cooperation strategies and the stringent border control measures to prevent further trafficking of Kenyans. Number 4, report of the status of investigation by the Director of Criminal Investigation into human trafficking networks in Kenya operated by fraudulent employment agencies. And finally, number 5, steps taken by the government to educate the youth about human trafficking, specifically sensitizing them on verifying recruitment agencies before seeking employment abroad. I thank you.
Defense, Intelligence, Foreign Relations. Bashir, you are the Vice Chair of that committee?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
When can you bring a response to that?
I think, Mr. Speaker, we can do that in 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks. Thank you. Dr. Joyce Bensouda. Homa Bay County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to raise a statement regarding destruction of forest in Magadi. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Orders 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environmental, Forestry and Mining regarding destruction of forest in Magadi for charcoal production. Honorable Speaker, forests play a crucial role in sustaining life and maintaining climate stability. However, in recent years, the Lake Magadi region has experienced severe destruction due to high demand for charcoal. Indigenous tree species are being harvested to meet the high demand for charcoal. The environmental impact for the trend is alarming, which affects such as increased vulnerability to climate change. To regulate charcoal production, the Charcoal Regulation 209 were introduced. Additionally, in 2016, the House passed the Climate Change Act Cap 387A, which provides a framework for the promotion of climate resilience, low carbon economic development. However, the enforcement remains a challenge, with a significant portion of charcoal production remaining unregulated, further contributing to adverse effects of climate change. Honorable Speaker, it is against the background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the following. 1. Immediate measure that the Ministry for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry putting in place to curb the ongoing destruction of forests in Magadi region for charcoal production. 2. Steps that the ministry is taking to enforce the Charcoal Regulation of 209 and the Climate Change Act to ensure compliance with sustainable forestry practices. 3. Strategies to promote use and uptake of alternative energy source so as to reduce dependency on charcoal to mitigate the adverse environmental impacts of deforestation. And 4. Long-term strategies to enhance forest conservation in Magadi and other affected regions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Bensouda. Chair Environment. Who is the Chair Environment? Owen. Can you ensure, is that Gikaria's committee?
Yes.
Ensure they bring a response in 2 weeks.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Ariko Namoit, Turkana South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding gold mining in Turkana South. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining regarding gold mining in Turkana South constituency. Honorable Speaker, there are mining activities currently being undertaken in the Mnyeusi on the border of Sigor and Turkana South constituencies, Lorogon Village in Kaptiri Ward, Lobokat Division, and Kolomwai in Turkana South constituency. Minerals wealth in Turkana present significant economic potential. However, there is a need to ensure mining activities are conducted safely and legally, complying with public safety and environmental standards. These activities, which commence without the involvement of the residents, have exposed them to hazardous chemicals and has caused destruction of farm produce and pollution of water in the area. Notably, the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, CAP 387, provides that projects related to mining ought to have an environmental impact assessment study report submitted prior to the issuance of mining license. In addition, the natural resource is allocated within disputed land and could possibly compound existing conflict among its communities in the area. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining regarding the following. 1. Report on the steps taken by the government, including a report on public participation conducted, if any, prior to issuance of mining licenses in Laminyausi, Lorgon Village, and Kalomai in Turkana South. 2. List of the mining licenses issued in Turkana County in the last 3 years and the operational requirements issued to the licensees. 3. Steps taken to prevent any conflict among communities bordering the sites, including consultation with the leaders within the area. And finally, Honorable Speaker, a report on the benefit sharing formula agreed on to the guarantee residents returns from gold mining in the county. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. There was a member who requested to joyride on this. Lo Chakapong. Go ahead. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I wish to support the statement by the Honorable Dr. Rico, the member for Turkana South, and say, Honorable Speaker, that we have a lot of illegal miners, particularly in West Pokot and between West Pokot and Turkana. Now, Honorable Speaker, these illegal miners are operating without a mining license, and they are mining gold. Honorable Speaker, we have engaged these people, but seemingly these people are cartels, and they are being protected by officers from the Ministry of Mining, right from the regional office in Eldoret to the headquarters here. All those guys who are supposed to be protecting communities are aligned in doing illegal work. When you get them, they have no license for mining, they have no consent from the county government, they have no document. Others will even tell you they have fraudulent documents from NEMA, because when you look at the kind of environmental destructions that they have caused, it is worrying and it is sad. So, Honorable Speaker, I wish that the committee expedites to find out this, because according to the statement by Dr. Rico, these people do not have any mining license. They have even threatened to change the course of a river, Honorable Speaker, and very soon a town called Kainu will be swept away just because of the activities of these illegal miners. So I wish that these people are brought to book, and if they have applied for a mining license and they have not gotten, let them again, because they have engaged in illegal activities, let them be denied these licenses. Honorable Speaker, the government, the communities, county government are losing a lot of resources in terms of royalties, because these people are engaged in illegal activities, not only in Laminyausi, but in many parts of West Pokot, Honorable Speaker. So I wish to say that if within the Ministry of Mining, the CS is the only probably officer not aligned in this corruption web, I wish the minister or the cabinet secretary visits that area to find for himself what is happening. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Otiena Molo. Give Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, let me just piggyback on this one very briefly. Mr. Speaker, in your absence yesterday, I did say in this House that in the last 48 hours, I lost 5 of my constituents to mining activities in Rarieda. 5 women who are going about their business, the youngest of them being only 27 years, undergraduate. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the issue of mining is important to address, but it's important to address from my perspective in 3 ways. One is the importance of publishing the various mining licenses that have been issued throughout the country. Because I don't think there has been an occasion when, even as elected representatives, we are made aware of the holders of those licenses. Even in my constituency, I am aware that in the county there are some people who've been issued with those licenses and we don't quite know them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is important for the committee to capture the intersection in terms of mandate. When I inquired for the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, I was informed that there's a part of the mandate that has been ceded to the counties. But I'm not sure that the counties are either aware or clear in terms of the regulation, so that the citizens are left at that intersection without clarity. But thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing in my view in terms of mining is that you may not stop the citizen from being involved in mining, especially artisanal mining, because the citizen needs money and many of them do not have jobs or alternative sources of income. So they must be allowed to do artisanal mining. What is important is the safety and the regulation, and that safety needs to be provided both by national government and by the county government. So that I would urge the committee to explore that area in the engagement with the Department for Mining, so that we can see how to improve on the security, even if it means providing security, whether from the county or national government, that can regulate the area of mining, that can fence off and stop people from going from the dangerous areas. That is what we will need to do. But I support the statement, Mr. Speaker, and I urge that the committee looks into it with expedition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Mining, who is the Chair Environmental, Forestry and Mining, Gikaria. Owen, 2 weeks.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Umulkhair Kasim, Mandera County. Honorable Umulkhair Kasim, Sabina, I'll come to you after that. Give Umulkhair the mic. One next to you there.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Which chair?
Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry. I'm requesting for a statement on the drought situation in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 442C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development regarding the drought situation in Mandera. Honorable Speaker, Mandera County, especially Mandera West constituency, is experiencing acute water shortage due to prolonged drought conditions in the country. The main water sources in the county, including earth pans and boreholes, have dried up, leaving the residents without an alternative source of water during this month of Ramadan. The situation, Honorable Speaker, is dire. This situation has led to health concerns due to dehydration and malnutrition, particularly affecting children and elderly. In addition, the situation has led to the death of livestock, which is a source of livelihood for the community. Further, the residents are at risk of developing waterborne diseases due to lack of water for sanitation, adversely affecting their lives and livelihood. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Regional Development on the following: measures being taken to enhance the supply and distribution of relief food, water and nutritious supplements for children and elderly persons to the affected arid and semi-arid areas, including Mandera County during this month of Ramadan. Measures being put in place to provide medical assistance to vulnerable populations to prevent malnutrition and dehydration. Long-term plans to drill boreholes and mega pans to supply water to the residents for consumption, including livestock and other agricultural activities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Umulkhair. Chair Regional Development.
Honorable Speaker.
Kapong.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I will endeavor to give a response to this statement within 2 weeks.
2 weeks, thank you. Sabina Chege. Yes, Umulkhair.
I seek your indulgence on this. Since you know we're in the month of Ramadan and the situation is dire and we're going to go on recess soon, could you please intervene and request that we get a response within a week?
Can you try and bring a response by Thursday next week?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, just like I said, I will endeavor to give a response to the statement within 2 weeks. I am
telling you that try and bring on Thursday next
Honorable
week.
Speaker, that will be done.
Is that okay?
Yes, and that will be within the 2 weeks.
Next week is a week. Or you said within 2 weeks?
Yeah, before the end of 2 weeks, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thursday next week. Sabina Chege. Give Sabina the mic. There's one across after Kasheri. Now you have one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your switch, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to bring to the attention of the House that today is Ash Wednesday, and I wanted to take this opportunity to wish all the Catholic faithfuls in this House a fruitful Lent season. Mr. Speaker, this is the time that the Catholic faithfuls will start a journey of 40 days, a time for prayer, a time for fasting, and also a time to give service to human beings, Mr. Speaker. And so today, Mr. Speaker, we were reminded that we came from dust, and dust we shall go. It is also a time, Mr. Speaker, that we reflect on what we are doing now that we are halfway the term, Mr. Speaker, that we reflect on the services we are giving to Kenyans, and Mr. Speaker, that we are able to serve well. So I want to wish all the Catholic faithful a blessed time for rain season. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, also our Muslim faithfuls who started their Ramadan, that this is going to be a fruitful season, Mr. Speaker, as we continue serving this country. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Sabina. Yes, Owen?
Honorable Speaker, well, I agree with Sabina, but Ash Wednesday is not only exclusive to Catholics.
Pardon?
Ash Wednesday is not exclusive to Catholics. Even the Anglicans also celebrate Ash. Today at the All Saints Cathedral at 6 o'clock we'll have our Ash Wednesday service. And therefore I want to wish all the Anglicans and any other faith that observes Ash Wednesday all the best during this Lent time. And I wish that they observe Lent well and that they continue to pray for this country during this time. I thank you.
Thank you for expanding on what she said. I join you in doing so. Yes, Ondo? Not is that Ondo? Or yes, member from Kroini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I actually wanted to point out that the issue of the 40 days and the Lent issues are not only confined to the Catholics and the Anglicans. Honorable Speaker, it's really an issue of all the Christians.
Why are you splitting hairs? She spoke as a Catholic at here.
Honorable.
So if you want to speak as an Anglican, go ahead and do so.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to point out that as we observe the 40 days of Lent, Honorable Speaker, I'm hoping that we're also going to be able to fix the issue of blood transfusion in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, you understand that we are having a problem of the reagents and the blood bags. And so Kenyans are dying in hospitals today because it's a big problem where we do not have blood for transfusion because we cannot test blood. So as we observe this Lent period, Honorable Speaker, I'm hoping that we're able to also sort out this issue as a matter of urgency before it gets into a national crisis of monumental status.
Thank you, Gakusha. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, nominees to 100 national government constituencies development fund committees.
Majority Leader Owen, is that you moving it?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay...
Honorable members, I bring to your attention that there's a supplementary order paper approved by the House Business Committee, and the Speaker approved it for publication and circulation. That is what we are using now.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for the appointment to the following 100 constituency committees for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund. Honorable Speaker, I would like to give warning that this is a very long list, very long list. 1, Aina Moi constituency, Joseph Kibi Arap Bore, Philip Kepkemoi Kemei, Isaiah. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Owen.
Yes.
Just say with the names as appears on the order paper.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, if I can take that again, I'll be... Can I take it again, Honorable?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. That pursuant to the provision of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of the nominees for the appointment to the following 100 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund as in the order paper. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NG-CDF, plays a crucial role within constituencies in addressing socio-economic development in key areas, including education, that is bursaries, infrastructure, healthcare facilities, water projects, security infrastructure, and youth empowerment initiatives. Honorable Speaker, the fund primarily focuses on grassroots development initiatives with its operations and management done by Constituency Development Fund committees established by Section 43 of the NG-CDF Act Cap 414A. The importance of these committees, Honorable Speaker, cannot be underscored in regards to the project selection, oversight, and ensuring local input and accountability in the management of the project, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is important for this House to note that the mandate of the previous 290 Constituency Development Fund committees have expired, leaving a governance gap in the administration of the NG-CDF projects across all constituencies. Honorable Speaker, therefore, there is immediate need to approve and gazette the nominees to ensure continuity in projects, oversight, allocation of funds, and execution of development initiatives within the constituencies. Honorable Speaker, aware that these committees are crucial in the operation of NG-CDF at the constituency, I am urging the remaining 100 119 constituencies to send the proposed names to the board for scrutiny and subsequent submission to the House. Honorable Speaker, you note that 190 constituencies have not presented their committees for approval by this Parliament. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge members to ensure that if they have not submitted names for their committees, to do so immediately so that we expedite the process. Honorable Speaker, the processing of these nominees is done by the NG-CDF committee, which is yet to be reconstituted. Therefore, the House has been given the responsibility to scrutinize the list of the nominees and approve them in accordance with the provisions of NG-CDF Act and our standing order. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to urge the House to to approve the list of nominees to the National Government Constituency Development Fund committees for the 100 constituencies to prevent disruption in the NG-CDF operations and to facilitate smooth governance at constituency level. Honorable Speaker, I also want to point that yesterday there were point of orders that were raised on NG-CDF management and especially approval of projects, Honorable Speaker, which we urged NG-CDF board to ensure that they approve the project so that as money is disbursed, there is projects to be implemented. And we also noted that NG's constituencies development committees, we have received some money right now, around between 23 and 30 million that has been disbursed. And therefore, we need these committees, and we also need approval and code lists to ensure that there is work being done by NG-CDF. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I would like to request the Honorable Kimani Chungwa, who is here now, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second, Honorable Speaker. As the Deputy Leader has said, these committees enable all the 100 constituency NG-CDF committees to start functioning after approval by the House as is required by the law. And I beg to second. I second.
Order, honorable member. Order. Order, members on their feet. Take your seats.
Members on your feet.
Take your seats. Rahab Mukami, take your seat. Honorable members, I propose the question at order number 8, which is that pursuant to the provisions of section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, NG-CDF 2015, and paragraphs 5(2) and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 100 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund as set out on the order paper. I put the question. I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, NG-CDF 2015, and paragraphs 5(2) and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 100 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund committees as set out on the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Order number 9.
Order number 9, motion, reconstitution of specified committees.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Chairperson's Selection Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 175 and further to the resolutions of the House on 27th October 2022, this House approves the appointment of members to the respective committees of this House, of the House, as specified in the schedule to the supplementary order paper for 5th March 2025 in this afternoon sitting. Honorable Speaker, by the making of the standing order, Honorable Speaker, there are specific committees whose terms came to lapse at the beginning of this session. And even in this formation of the supplementary budget, the BPS and everything that has been going on, Honorable Speaker.
Have you moved the motion?
Yes, I have.
You haven't? You say, I beg to move the following motion and read it as it is. Have you done so?
I have moved, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, I was being talked to by some members. You did. Go ahead.
I moved it.
Sorry, two members were conversing with the Speaker.
Well guided, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, through the making of the standing order, there are some specific committees whose term came to an end at the lapse of the last session. And it really brought a lot of, the committees have not been sitting, of course, for this period. And I must say that the leadership of this House, both the minority and the majority, have burnt midnight oil, Honorable Speaker, to even come up with this list. It may not be pleasing to all sometimes because our officers, Honorable Speaker, have been very busy. We've been approached by honorable members from all quarters, of course, lobbying for specific committees, maybe perhaps out of their expertise or interests or whatever reasons, Honorable Speaker. But I want to say this, that this House is very wealthy of very experienced and rich CVs, Honorable Speaker. This House enjoys people from different fields. We have experienced lawyers here, we have teachers, we have different professions, we have doctors. I mean, it is important that we share such experiences, Honorable Speaker, through these committees, even as we, try to realign our experiences and share ideas, Honorable Speaker. So the formation of these committees, Honorable Speaker, hasn't been very easy. Hasn't been very easy, Honorable Speaker, because there are so many factors to look at when you're coming up with even a single name. When you pull one, you affect the other. There is a question of regional balance. There is a question of gender. There is a question of experience. There is a question of party politics. There is a question of coalitions. So it hasn't been very easy, Honorable Speaker. And the House leadership has met, if I count, Honorable Speaker, the House leadership has met more than 16 times in coming up with this list that we've seen here. That had we extended by a day, even this list that you see today here would not come here the same as it was yesterday. Because any name that you touch from this angle, it must affect a particular angle. And we did not really look at, when we were coming up, Honorable Speaker, with this list, we didn't look at this, what people could imagine, perhaps that, political pronunciations outside there, political persuasions. It was basically on political affiliations, if you are Kenya Kwanza, like the standing order provides, or Azimio coalition. It was also on the question of gender. It was also on the question of regional balance, because you really can't have two or three, for example, the committee, Honorable Speaker, that really had a lot of interest, the committee or the budget and appropriation. I mean, over 90 members showed interest, Honorable Speaker, to be members of the budget and appropriation committee, which wasn't very, very easy, Honorable Speaker. It wasn't very, very, very easy. I mean, 90, yet the provision of the standing order only provides for 27, Honorable Speaker. So the only way one can balance such, Honorable Speaker, is through coming up with a formula. And that formula, as I've said, Honorable Speaker, is the regional issue, the question of gender, the question of political affiliation, and negotiations and counter-negotiations, Honorable Speaker. So this hasn't been very easy, and that is why we really urge this House to support this list as it is. But even as we move forward, Honorable Speaker, there has also been a lot of politics as far as the formation is concerned. That perhaps, because by the lapse of these committees and the formations, or somebody wants to be moved as chair from this particular side to the other. So, Honorable Speaker, it hasn't been very easy. And I want to say that it is this House, it is the members that have been selected upon being passed by this House, Honorable Speaker, that will sit down within 7 days and elect their own chairs, Honorable Speaker. Let it never come out there for political reasons that, perhaps the leadership is going to have so-and-so appointed as chair, so-and-so ejected as chair. I mean, those powers are not a preserve of the House leadership, Honorable Speaker. It is the prerogative of the members that sit in those committees to elect the chair that they want, Honorable Speaker, so that people don't use such for politics. If you lose elections in the particular committee that you've been placed, please do not blame particular leaders or bring the issues of politics and political persuasions, which are neither here nor there, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, These committees, upon being passed by this House, the membership, as indicated in the schedule, Honorable Speaker, have 7 days to sit and elect their chair and vice chair. And then they come up with a schedule of their programs. And of course, there are so many urgent matters that needs to be handled. Several matters, Honorable Speaker, all along in the past 2 weeks have been handled by the Liaison Committee. And I'm sure the Liaison Committee has really heard through the chair, your deputy, Honorable Speaker, they've really been very, very busy moving around the corridors to do the work that the particular committees or specific committees ought to have done. And that is why we ask the committees, Honorable Speaker, once they form, they elect their chairs and vice chairs, move with speed. Urgent matters should be handled, should be expedited with speed. The issues of the NG-CDF, Honorable Speaker, the issue of budget policy statements, the issues of the supplementary budget, all those other issues, Honorable Speaker, should be handled by these committees once they've been formed. So, Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move in the amended form the Committee on Regional Integration, Honorable Speaker, to also include the Honorable Irene Mayaka, who should or who will replace the Honorable Orero Peter Ochieng. And that is the amended form, Honorable Speaker. The Committee on the Regional Integration. It is in particular, let me check the page, Honorable Speaker. Let me just check, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, as I've said, this hasn't been easy. When we were moving this earlier, 165. Yeah, it is actually page 165, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Because when you try to move here, you affect the other one. So I move in the amended form. I had earlier moved as it appeared in the standing order, Honorable Speaker, but I want to move in the amended form that in the Committee on Integration, we include the Honorable Irene Mayaka to replace the Honorable Orero Peter Ochieng in that committee. I move, Honorable Speaker, and I request the most gracious minority whip, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, to second.
There can't be anything out of order. The motion has not been seconded. Irene? Sorry, not Irene, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask to second this motion. And Mr.
form.
Speaker, I wish to indicate...
You are seconding as is or in amended form?
In amended form, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I wish to second the motion in amended form, Mr. Speaker. And in seconding, Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate, just as the majority whip has indicated, that there are committees that whose terms have expired mid-term, Mr. Speaker, and therefore are being reconstituted. But, Mr. Speaker, there are also members that have shown different interests in different other committees, and there are also some vacancies that were rising either because a member has passed on or because a member lost the seat. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have done that as well. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I would wish to indicate is that when we are doing this process, I requested our side for members to show interest in different positions. Mr. Speaker, more than 40 members indicated interest in changing committees. And Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, and again, I think the majority whip indicated that most members were interested mainly or primarily in 4 committees, including one committee in which I serve, and I've actually had to let go of the committee. And Mr. Speaker, despite that, you will still find that members are still, some members may not feel like their interests have been met. We just wish to indicate it would have been my wish and my choice that everybody got what they wanted, but unfortunately the positions that are there are not enough. I would also wish to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that members can also borrow from me. Last parliament, I was only in one committee, but I'm here again still serving my 4th term. So sometimes it's not committees that make a difference. It's the work you do in this house, and it's the work you do for your constituents. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we took into consideration, of course, is the issue of gender. It's the issue of regional balance. It's the issue of ranking, amongst other factors, Mr. Speaker. But of course, Mr. Speaker, in the process, some of the members may not have got what they wanted. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I want to reiterate is the fact that after this process, and we go through elections, Mr. Speaker, there will be a second round of reorganization. So I want to encourage members that have not got the committees that they are interested in to hold on and wait for the second level of reorganization. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I do second and thank Honorable Osoro. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members on their feet. Take your seats. Take your seats. Umulkheri, there were so many empty seats where you are coming from. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 175 and further the resolution of the House on 27th October 2022, this House approves the appointment of members to the respective committees of the House as specified in the schedule to the supplementary order paper for 5th March 2025 afternoon sitting, subject to the amendment appearing at page 165 on the Committee on Regional Integration, where at number 16, Irene Mayaka, Honorable, replaces Honorable Orero Peter Ocheng, MP. Order, Honorable Kokoyo. You know the procedure. You remain on your seat until you are given an opportunity. That's when you stand up. You can't be so presumptuous that whenever you want to speak, you will speak. What's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on Standing Order 216. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 216-2 provides that a member appointed to a departmental committee at the commencement of a parliament at any other time during the term of parliament shall, unless the House resolves otherwise, serve for the term of the parliament, subject to Standing Order 217. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 176. Standing Order 176, Mr. Speaker, provides the criteria, Mr. Speaker, of the discharge of a member from a committee. Mr. Speaker, I have been a member of the Departmental Committee on Energy, Forestry and Mining. Standing Order 176 provides that a party may discharge a member from a select committee after the member has been accorded an opportunity. Number 2, it provides that the party whip of the party that nominates a member to a select committee shall give notice in writing to the Speaker with the intention of discharging that member from that select committee. And number 3, most important, the Speaker shall, within 3 days of receipt of the notice under paragraph 2, inform the member. Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Departmental Committee on Energy or on Environment. And Mr. Speaker, if I have been removed, the standing orders provide that 176 shall apply on Standing Order 216. It is even written there. Mr. Speaker, you cannot remove a member from a committee. I am not in the list on the Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, which I was nominated to at the beginning of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, even if Osoro, even if Ichungwa does not want me in this committee, you must remove me procedurally. Give me a hearing, notify the Speaker to give me a notice. Mr. Speaker, it will not be in order to continue with whatever is happening here, because it is okay to remove me. It is within the procedure and rules. These standing orders, Mr. Speaker, you are one of the creators of these standing orders. I have used them for the last 12 years. I was a whip of our county assembly, so I know how to use standing orders. You cannot remove me without, I need letters written to me. accord me a hearing. After according me a hearing, now give notice to the Speaker. The Speaker will tell me within 3 days, you cannot remove me in the morning. I have been a member of this committee and I cannot remove in the manner in which you want to remove me. However powerful you might be, Mr. Speaker, it is not correct. Whatever has been tabled before this House, Mr. Speaker, is kangaroo, it is null and void, it cannot operate because they are standing orders and the procedure and rules of this House, the traditions. When Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichung'wa, when several honorable members were de-whipped from committees, the Honorable Wangwe, who is the immediate former whip, wrote letters to specific members. And apart from that, the communications were done directly to the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot be removed from and the Speaker cannot oversee my removal from a committee, a departmental committee, without me being discharged by my political party. And Mr. Speaker, because you are the Solomon of this House, kindly do not proceed with this motion in the state that it is, and it will be a procedural wrong. This is the making of Kimani Ichung'wa, which cannot work in this assembly. Thank you very much.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, the member for Kajiado North is my very good friend, and he served as a member of the County Assembly of Kajiado. And he has clearly read out to us the standing order. I will choose to ignore the invocation of the name Kimani Ichung'wa, which is now a spot for those who have nothing else to speak about. They can only speak about Kimani Ichung'wa, and I know why he's trying to invoke my name. But I will restrict myself to the provisions of the standing orders. The standing orders, Honorable Speaker, make it clear unless otherwise resolved by the House. Therefore, I would improve on the member for Kajiado North. Other than carelessly invoking the name of Kimani Ichung'wa, who is not the majority whip, because the majority whip is called Honorable Silvanus Osoro. Other than doing that, he should be spending his time now convincing the House to resolve otherwise. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, invoking the name of Kimani Ichung'wa to look popular out there, my friend, go and do those things in the County Assembly of Kajiado, not in the National Assembly. Spend your time in the National Assembly discussing matters of greater importance to the people of Kajiado North, who are suffering without roads, whose children cannot even go to school because their member of parliament is busy following people in some other village somewhere. Why don't you follow members of your constituency, in their own constituency, addressing their issues? I will not allow, Honorable Speaker, any member to use my name or invoke my name to try and seek cheap publicity. Our standing orders are very clear, and Honorable Ngogoyo should know that. Deal with matters to do with your constituents. And there is also some levels of insatiable greed that we cannot be able to satisfy as a House. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the issue raised is simple. Let the Honorable Ngogoyo convince members of this House to resolve otherwise. Otherwise, the standing order, as he read, is very well, is in very simple language that even a member of a county assembly can be able to interpret.
Osoro. Osoro.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, when I moved this particular motion, I did indicate that coming up with a list of committees in any particular committee, Honorable Speaker, is not very easy. The movement of one to the other affects another. And it is by...
Address the issue he has raised. It's very simple.
That is where I'm heading to, Honorable Speaker. I'm making my case.
Yes.
I'm making my case that the movement of one member to another committee must affect the other because there are issues of regional balance, there are issues of gender, there are issues of party, Honorable Speaker. I am actually not aware, and I'm now checking, that the particular committee that he intended to be included, or rather he has been serving, Honorable Speaker, his name is missing. Then it must be placed somewhere for that list, Honorable Speaker.
Take your seat.
But even with that...
Take your seat. Take your seat. I expected you as a good lawyer to be listening. The Honorable Ngogoyo is raising an objection under Standing Order 176 on the allegation of discharge of a member from the committee. He is clearly out of order. What is before the House is a reconstitution of committees, is not discharge of members from any committee. If you looked at your standing orders very well, we are dealing with reconstitution of committees, and it's up to the House to resolve that the list brought by the whips is voted for in the affirmative, whereafter committees will be reconstituted, or voted on in the negative, whereafter I'll send them back to the drawing board to reconstitute the committees. When a member is singularly or with another discharged from a committee, that will then come in a separate form, and I'll address it when it does come. So you're out of order. Order, Ngogoyo. Yes, Kiamba, is that Kiamba?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I have a point to express in relation to the committees. Last time, some of us never got departmental committees. We went to the chairs concerned, we explained, and even up to now, we have not gotten departmental committee. I find this very marginalizing and not even having an altar of accountability. When you take some members as second-class members of parliament, even when we've made official requests and you are maintained, you don't have a substantial departmental committee for 2 consecutive times. I mean, is that with the fairness, what people sat down and really, and even some people are more than 2 departmental committees. I think, Honorable Speaker, I'm not here by accident. I'm here by design, and I'm here representing people who need to hear my voice in areas which matters. So I think that needs to be considered. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Ondo.
Chair, I have keenly listened.
Address the Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes.
I've keenly listened to the sentiment raised by members. I've also keenly listened to presentation by the majority whip. And the Honorable Chair was in the issue
Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, Speaker. Honorable yes. Speaker, yes. I just hope and pray that the statement made by the majority whip on the issue of appointment of chairs and vice chairs is a true statement not meant for the public gallery. Honorable Speaker, members of parliament are here by design, having been elected by their people. When they go to those committees, we do hope and pray, Honorable Speaker, that in your wisdom and in your good guidance to this House, do not allow, do not attempt, or do not permit, where issues are raised, allow the members to exercise democratic right, elect their leadership without interference from other quarters. I do want to believe and trust it has gone unanswered, would have no other interference from any other quarter.
Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Oundo, the Speaker has no role in the election of chairs of committees. The dynamics in, I've been in this space for quite some time. And when you go to committees, you have your vote. You're also subject to your whipping. You are subject to the dynamics of your coalitions, the dynamics in your parties. And I want to encourage you to leave the Speaker out of this, because this is about the various coalitions and parties in the House. Even the point raised by the distinguished member for Kiamba, you are for Kilome? Omboni, Makueni. In the House Business Committee sits your team leader from Wiper Party, who is also the deputy leader of the minority party in the Azimio coalition. And he is satisfied with the composition of the committees. So take the argument that you have proposed back to them and let them listen to you. As it is now, this list was approved by House Business Committee, in which sits all your leadership, majority leader and his whip, minority leader and his whip, and your team leader within the enclave of Wiper. They have passed this in the House Business Committee. Now that the matter has come to the floor, you have only two options: to resolve to approve the list, or to resolve to reject the list. If you do, then your leaders will go back to the drawing board and readjust and refresh and reflect on why the motion has been negatived. But as it is now, the Speaker cannot sit on appeal here. Just like the good point raised by Honorable Ngogoyo, he's raised a good point in a wrong forum. That issue, Honorable Ngogoyo, is if you have been discharged wrongly from a committee, and what is before the House is not a discharge, it's a reconstitution of committees, then I'll listen to you and look at the provisions of Standing Order 176 and give you the due process that you deserve. But as it is now, it is neither here nor there. Yes, Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, just as you have said, some of us have also been in this space for some time, and I want to say really I'm not complaining. For me, a committee is a committee, and once you are there, you serve. But I think there are some facts, we must put them on record, so that as we go to the future, they will inform this House. Honorable Speaker, when the whip was moving this motion, the only thing he didn't mention was that there was a consideration because you have a broad-based government now. That was also considered, Honorable Speaker. Why am I saying it was considered? For the last 2 years and a half. And us as Wiper, we did agree that our members should remain in their respective committees without any movement. And I'm sure my party leader, my leader in the House, Honorable Mbui, that must have been the position. But as you can see, Honorable Speaker, I've been moved to another committee, and I have no complaints. I will serve there faithfully, I can tell you, Honorable Speaker. But I want leaders here to learn. The majority leader of this House in the 12th Parliament was my chairman in the Budget and Appropriation Committee. And because of these political considerations, he was moved to other committees. And I thought this year, he would take this opportunity and make sure that members are not punished for relating the different individuals, Honorable Speaker. So, even though we don't want to say it, the truth of the matter, Honorable Speaker, is if we want this House to move to the next level in terms of democracy, we must allow members of this House to be in committees as they request. It is very unfortunate you find our members to departmental committees, Honorable Speaker. Some of us are in two select committees. And I thought if they were to remove me from public debt, they should have given me a departmental committee so that I also have a chance to serve in a departmental committee. But you realize, Honorable Speaker, I'm moving from a select committee to another select committee, Honorable Speaker. So as I said, I'm not complaining, Honorable Speaker, and I will serve there faithfully, but all said and done, Honorable Speaker. Makali Mulu was a PhD in economics, and I thought I would serve better in public debt than I would serve in regional integration, Honorable Speaker. I don't want to go beyond that, Honorable Speaker. I will be voting for the motion, yes, but I want that to go on record on that matter.
Thank you, Honorable Bakali Mulu. You have put it on record. Again, it's a good point being prosecuted in the wrong forum. Because that point should be prosecuted in the court of Robert Mbuya and Mile Odhiambo and Junet Mohammed, not before the Speaker. Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Bowen, take your seat. Today you are very, very mobile. What is the problem? Take your seat. The member standing at the back. Honorable members, since all I've been hearing are lamentations and not contributions to the motion, allow me to put the question at order number 9, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175 and further to the resolution of the House on 27th October 2022, this House approves the appointment of members to the respective committees of the House as specified in the schedule to the supplementary order paper for 5th March 2025 afternoon sitting, subject to the amendment at page 165, where the Honorable Orero Peter Ocheng MP, appearing at number 16, is replaced by the Honorable Irene Mayaka. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, having passed that, you are obligated in the committees that have been reconstituted to elect leadership, chair and vice chairs, within 7 days. So this must be done on or before Wednesday next week. Tomorrow by 8 in the morning, the clerk had to release a schedule of meetings of the various committees so that you can be able to observe that schedule and meet as directed in the rooms directed with the clerk and his team superintending over the election of the leadership of the committees. So be on the lookout for the communication to that. The select committees. Secondly, Honorable Millie Odhiambo was sufficiently clear in her contribution that where there are gaps, order members, that where there are gaps or there are issues to be addressed like the one of Ngogoyo, Makali Mula and so on, it is work in progress. You can go back to your caucuses, to your leadership. You will be listened to. If they find merit in what you raise, then they will be able to discharge one member for another, as in the case of Ngogoyo, or do whatever replacements which they can bring to the notice of the Speaker, and as and when they come, we'll give them due process. So take this as work in progress because these are dynamic processes. From time to time, we lose members to death, to court processes, and so on. And others have to come and replace them in those positions. So it's directed so. By tomorrow morning, the clerk's schedule will be out and start organizing yourselves to elect your leadership. Finally, the chair of every committee or vice chair is elected in accordance with the dynamics that you all know. So go on and elect and give us leadership that will help this House. And those who will be elected chairs of committees and vice chairs, I beseech you, be the first to create quorum in the House at all times. To whom more is given, much more is expected. Those who are given that privilege to lead committees, be the first to arrive in the House, be the last to leave the House. Like I did tell you, yours truly here in my many years, the Speaker always found me in the chamber, and I followed the Speaker out of the chamber. Every single working day. And Honorable Kainan is my witness to this. Please try and give this House quorum to work. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the 2025 medium-term debt management strategy.
This motion will be moved by the chair of the liaison committee, who is the deputy speaker. And we want to thank you for improvising our operations in the absence of the committee.
Yes, thank you.
For chairing the liaison committee and giving the House progress on our work. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Liaison Committee on its consideration of the 2025 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy, laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 5th March 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 15 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 232A 7 and 8. And A, approves the 2025 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy and makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in this report. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by first thanking the members of the Liaison Committee who processed this medium-term debt management strategy. I must applaud the membership because this was the first time that the members considered the medium-term debt management strategy. In fact, Honorable Speaker, they sat until midnight last night to be able to complete the work together with the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury, together with his Principal Secretary and their team. And we also appreciate them. Honorable Speaker, the medium-term debt management strategy is a government policy document that guides the debt management for the next financial year, and over the medium term, the medium-term debt management framework assesses the cost and risk elements in the existing portfolio and develops a strategy to minimize those costs and risks in line with the set management objectives. Honorable Speaker, the medium-term debt management strategy has been prepared at a time when the country's public debt has reached 11.2 trillion by January of 2025, which is equivalent to and is 65.7% of GDP. This debt comprises of Kenya shillings 5.93 trillion as domestic debt and Kenya shillings 5.09 trillion as external debt. Honorable Speaker, despite the high level of the debt, which stands at the present value of overall public and publicly guaranteed debt at 63% of GDP. As per the latest debt sustainability analysis, this ratio is projected to decline to anchor the debt at 55% of GDP present value terms by 2028. And this, we have got assurance from the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury that they are going to support and work hard to consolidate the government fiscal to ensure that this target. Speaker, the 2025 debt management strategy aims to optimize access to external concessional borrowing and to undertake liability management to minimize the costs and the risks of our debt portfolio.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Hold, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members conducting various illegal kamkunjis. Madenge and your group, is that Honorable Madenge? Karemba? You are holding an illegal kamkunji in the chamber. Honorable members, this is a very important motion being moved. I would be expecting dead silence. Go on, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the 2025 debt management strategy aims to optimize access to external concessional borrowing and undertake liability management to minimize the costs and risks in Kenya's debt portfolio. Honorable Speaker, the reason why external borrowing is relatively cheaper than domestic debt is due to the large share of concessional loans from multilateral lenders such as World Bank and our development partners. Indeed, 54% of the total external debt portfolio is concessional, and that significantly contributes to the sustainability of Kenya's debt. Honorable Speaker, during our review, we noted that the external commercial borrowing is relatively expensive compared to concessional loans, as previously mentioned. To address this issue, the 2025 midterm debt management strategy proposes to reduce the share of commercial loans by taking various measures, including paying off some of the most expensive loans and exploring cheaper debt instruments such as our green bonds. Honorable Speaker, following the review of the 2025 midterm debt strategy, the committee observed that the government will borrow Kenya shillings 831.1 billion, which is equivalent to the fiscal deficit in the 2025 budget policy statement. The amount to be borrowed will be sourced from domestic and external sources at a ratio of 65% and 35% respectively. We were informed by the National Treasury that it is important to have a mix of different types of debt so that you spread your risk from financial shocks. Honorable Speaker, the committee also made the key following recommendations, and which I urge members to support. We had non-financial recommendations and financial recommendations. Recommendations that we are requesting the House to support is the following. 1, to meet the Public Finance Management Act 2012 threshold of the debt to GDP in present value terms to be at 55% by 2028, the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, should publish quarterly reports detailing progress on the fiscal consolidation as outlined in the 2025 budget policy statement. So, honorable members, what we were assured here is currently the National Treasury is operating at 63%, which is above the requirement of the Public Finance Management Act. But they have undertaken that they will reduce it to the requirement of the PFM Act to 55% by the year 2028. And they seek the support of this House as they take the steps to ensure that that happens. 2, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Governor of Central Bank, the Controller of Budget should fully automate the withdrawal of debt service payments from the Consolidated Fund by the 31st of May 2025 and submit that report to this House, the National Assembly, within 15 days. 3, that to strengthen the financial controls and ensure accurate and timely public debt statistics and enhance decision-making for greater transparency and accountability, the National Treasury should integrate the public debt management system with the Integrated Financial Management System, also referred to as IFMIS, by the 31st of May 2025, and again submit this report to the National Assembly
within 15 days of implementation. 4, that to mitigate the growing risk of domestic debt and interest payments and to reduce, the National Treasury should deploy a Treasury single account, also referred to as TSA, for all ministerial departments, parastatals, with public funds by the 1st of July 2025. This will be revolutionary in our financial management, governance, and transparency and accountability, also in our public debt management. And this is the first time this is happening. Of course, we were informed that many MDAs and parastatals do not want this system because of its great transparency and accountability. 5, we also recommended that to improve the transparency and accountability in anticipated increase in domestic borrowing, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning should do the following within 60 days. 1, form a working committee to establish the criteria for assessing the effectiveness of utilization of borrowed funds by ministries, departments, and agencies. And 2, to establish a register of government securities pursuant to Section 55 of the Public Finance Management Act. And 3, to create a record in the debt register of the details on the utilization of the borrowed funds, including the set of projects funded from the proceeds of infrastructure bonds. The other recommendation, 6, is that the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning should establish an interagency committee, including representatives from the Central Bank and the Controller of Budget, to review the public debt procurement process, debt utilization, and submit a report to the National Assembly by the 31st of May 2025. And the 7th recommendation is that the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, should establish an interagency committee, including representatives from the Central Bank and the Controller of Budget, to review our debts and report quarterly to the National Assembly. And 8, which is the last of our non-financial recommendations, is that the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning shall report and seek approval from the National Assembly on any variation to the approved borrowing mix in 2025 medium-term debt management strategy, which is what we have submitted now. The financial recommendations are as follows, which we are also seeking that this House supports the recommendations by the committee. That the fiscal target for the medium term is approved and set at 4.3% of GDP for the financial year 2025-2026 and 3.5% of GDP for the financial year 2026-2027 and 3.2% of GDP for the financial year 2027-2028, in line with the fiscal consolidation path. And that the country's borrowing strategy is approved at 35% for net external borrowing and 65% for domestic borrowing as contained in the 2025 medium-term debt strategy. And Honorable Speaker, finally, let me thank the House through you, Honorable Speaker, for giving the Liaison Committee the responsibility of considering the medium-term debt management strategy. It was a unique opportunity for chairpersons of various committees to appreciate the state of the economy regarding the constrained physical space, especially as it affects various programs that require financing in all sectors. And like I said earlier, Honorable Speaker, the liaison committee were very diligent and worked up to midnight last night and up to 10 p.m. the night before. And Honorable Speaker, I thank you and I beg to move and request Honorable Martha Wangare, MP for Gilgil, and Vice Chairperson to second.
The Honorable Martha Wangare.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to second this motion and this report, this medium-term debt management strategy, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to join my chair in appreciating the members of the liaison committee. Mr. Speaker, you realize this was not a usual kind of thing. Many of these chairs actually appear before the Budget and Appropriation Committee, but for the first time, they were able...
Order, members, order. The Honorable Murugara, the Honorable Tindi Mwale, the Honorable Indikiri, the Honorable Maklap. Could you all take your seats? Could we consult in low tone so that we could hear the Honorable Member contributing?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the protection. I was saying, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the chairs of departmental committees were able to interact directly with the MTDS, and more importantly, engage stakeholders on it. And Mr. Speaker, what that gave us is a unique opportunity to have a dashboard experience in terms of looking at not only your committee, but also the general overview in the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have also taken time to learn a lot of terms that we didn't know. I personally have realized, I used to think ATM is just automated teller machine. I've realized it has another new meaning, that it is the average time for maturity for debt, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, there are many issues, and I know my chair has enumerated most of them, but I will just touch on some of the issues that were raised, especially...
Honorable members, what we're discussing is a very important topic. I would wish that we hear the member in silence.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a lot of excitement, I would think it's because of the previous motion that has passed in the floor. So, Mr. Speaker, I will continue and say some of the issues that we have raised. We took time to meet with different stakeholders. We met with the Comptroller of Budget. We met with the Office of the Auditor General. We met the Ministry of Treasury until late last night. We also met and received a memoranda from other stakeholders, including, Mr. Speaker, civil society that wrote to us. We also got a written memoranda from the Central Bank of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the issue of our debt has been a matter of discussion for obvious reason, because it also puts a strain in our management of our revenue versus expenditure, Mr. Speaker. The reason why it is heavy on our budget, Mr. Speaker, is because it has also risen over the years. Right now, we are speaking of 67%. We are speaking of actually 67.5 to the GDP, Mr. Speaker, against a recommendation and something that is actually put in law under PFM Act of 55% plus 5%, but with a date of 2028, Mr. Speaker. So one of the issues that we raised to the Treasury was to ask, what is your timeline in terms of ensuring that our debt is manageable and has come down to the recommended percentage? Treasury was very clear. It has actually been on a declining, and we are now at 65.7, but very soon, and he actually gave by 2028, we should be looking not at 55, but at 53%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of fiscal deficit, that is the difference between government revenue and spending in any fiscal year, has been approved this year as at 4.3% of GDP, and it is estimated to be at 3.5% of GDP 2026, 2027, and eventually at 3.2% in 2027-2028. Mr. Speaker, the issue of balance of this debt in terms of internal and external borrowing was another matter that was very critical. It has been actually proven that we are actually relying more on domestic borrowing than external borrowing, Mr. Speaker. And I know the external borrowing has been termed to be higher and more expensive. That is why you'll see the rates will be different, Mr. Speaker, because during our review, we were able to realize that the average interest charged on domestic debt is actually 13.2% relative to the interest rate on external debt, which is 3.7%. That's becoming substantially more expensive. But Mr. Speaker, the reason why external borrowing is relatively cheaper than domestic is also due to the large share of concessional loans from multilateral lenders, Mr. Speaker, such as the World Bank and our development partners. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, 54% of the total external debt portfolio is concessional, and that significantly contributes to the sustainability of the Kenya's debt. The other issues that members raise, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of the right application of debt, Mr. Speaker. What does that mean? What it means, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no single country I have had in the world that does not have debt. But the issue of where does this debt go is what Kenyans and many of our voters are actually keen about. They want to be sure, if you are borrowing to build roads, which roads are these? If you are borrowing to do dams, which dams are these? And Mr. Speaker, that is why one of the recommendations that we have put to the Treasury is that it should, in the next very few days, Mr. Speaker, form a working committee to assess the effective utilization of these borrowed funds. And this, Mr. Speaker, will be a cross-cutting team by ministries, MDAs, departments, Mr. Speaker, and also the Comptroller of Budget, so that we will be able to monitor this debt. The other recommendation, Mr. Speaker, will be that Treasury will be expected to record in the debt register the details of this utilization, Mr. Speaker. And that interagency team is supposed to do exactly that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by our engagement to the Comptroller of Budget, a very brilliant lady, Mr. Speaker, we were able to find out that some of our neighboring countries are doing very well in terms of managing their debt and even making this information available, Mr. Speaker, because our Constitution and Article 35 actually ensures that you are able to get this information very easily. So it shouldn't be so hard to know how much are we owing to which country and in what terms, Mr. Speaker. And the Comptroller of Budget, Mr. Speaker, in appearing before us, was able to give us a very interesting, in fact, she had just come from Tanzania, and she told us that in the United Republic of Tanzania, it was observed that the country has implemented an advanced and fully functional automated debt management systems integrated with cash management system. Mr. Speaker, I think sometimes as a country we get jittery in terms of getting efficiency, because I think we have the brains, we have the know-how, and we know what to do, Mr. Speaker. That we should have an automated debt management integrated together with IFMIS, Mr. Speaker. This shouldn't be so hard to ensure efficiency and to ensure that we are able to move properly so that we can account for our debt shilling by shilling. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that she told the committee is that Tanzania has also achieved a single treasury account. And Mr. Speaker, what a single treasury account means, it means that you are able to track the monies better instead of having multiple accounts across the place, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know there has been debate, especially on the 222, that is the e-citizen, Mr. Speaker, and the one pay bill that is for government, Mr. Speaker. But that, Mr. Speaker, is a medium. It is not the account. The issue would have to one single treasury account, then we'll be able to track our monies and be able to see exactly where our debt is going. Mr. Speaker, I know time is limited and I see my light is on, but I would like to also appreciate our Parliamentary Budget Office, Mr.
One more minute.
Yes, just to wind up. Our PBO, Mr. Speaker, that is Parliamentary Budget Office, is quite key. And Mr. Speaker, even when we were doing these appearances, we were able to get staff members from Treasury, from the Parliament of Zimbabwe, actually benchmarking to find out how we do it, Mr. Speaker. So I want to appreciate all the teams, and Mr. Speaker, appreciate these members that sat long hours to ensure that we are here today. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the additional time. I second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now do propose the question that this House adopt the report of the Liaison Committee on its consideration of the 2025 medium-term debt management strategy laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 5th March 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 15(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and standing Order Number 232A, paragraph 7 and 8, A, approves the 2025 medium-term debt management strategy, and B, makes the policy
and financial resolutions contained in the schedule to the order paper.
No, you don't catch up there of the speaker by doing that. You know that very well. You catch there of the speaker by logging in, and I will follow the table that is here. The first person on this table is the Honorable George Gitonga Murugara. Are you on this? The Honorable Murugara, are you on this? But the majority leader, I cannot see your card, majority leader.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr.
This chance, Honorable Murugara, your chance was lost because you're busy. So you allow the majority leader to go first, then you'll go after.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. The Deputy Speaker is saying I never have a card. I usually have a card, only that because of these crowds that were crowding here, I don't know who took the card. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion on the adoption of the medium-term debt management strategy. And particularly, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to a few things, policy propositions or policy resolutions that the committee has noted, which I fully concur with. And one is on automation, Honorable Speaker. And if you look at some of the policy resolutions, they say that the Cabinet Secretary from the National Treasury, the Governor Central Bank, and the Controller of Budget should fully automate the withdrawal of debt service payments from the Consolidated Fund by the 31st of May this year and submit a report to the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I want to support that because part of the problems why we cannot get accurate data on our debt indebtedness as a country is because we have not fully automated our debt management processes. Therefore, if you look at that together with the other proposal there, that in order to strengthen financial controls, we ensure accurate and tangible debt management statistics and enhance decision-making for greater transparency and accountability. And again, they're asking that the National Treasury must or should integrate the public debt management system with the IFMI system, or the Integrated Financial Management System, again by 31st of May this year, and submit a report to the National Assembly within 15 days after the integration of the two systems. Honorable Speaker, it's become customary for this House to pass policy resolutions for enactment or for implementation by the National Treasury, and most of which they tend to ignore. And I want to tell them, Honorable Speaker, from these policy resolutions, there is reason and need to automate all our systems. And the integration of the IFMI system and the debt management system is critical in ensuring that we have accurate, timely data on our total indebtedness as a country. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, in that the automation of the debt payment systems from the Consolidated Fund Services, so that at any one particular time at the touch of a button, any officer in Treasury, at the request of the National Assembly or indeed any other oversight authority, can be able to tell how much has been paid out of our consolidated fund towards debt settlement, how much do we expect to pay in terms of the interest that we are servicing for debt, Honorable Speaker, and all these things will be possible with automation. Honorable Speaker, the third thing that I want to speak to is a question of the single treasury account. And again, I note, Honorable Speaker, the committee has proposed that in order to mitigate the growing risk of domestic debt interest payments and to reduce the tendency of the government borrowing funds held by public entities, the National Treasury should deploy the single treasury account for all MDAs, parastatals, and public funds by 1st of July 2025. Honorable Speaker, allow me to speak to this in relation also to a directive that His Excellency the President gave during the State of the Nation address last year. Because previously, I think former President...
Honorable Kangogo, I will not tire reminding you, I came to this House on 28th March 2013. You and the person speaking now. You can't be between him and the Speaker when he's contributing. You can't be.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Pukosa says Honorable Kangogo is very mobile today. I do not know whether there are cows that have disappeared somewhere in Marakwet East. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, I think during the last parliament, the then President Uhuru Kenyatta, at one point also directed that the National Treasury does actualize the single treasury account, and this never happens. Now it has been done through a resolution of the House that National Treasury has no choice but to actualize the single treasury account. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency President was saying during the State of the Nation address, directed that by the 30th of April this year, the question of public procurement must be sorted out through e-procurement and ensuring that e-procurement of the interruptions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 1 minute for the interruptions. I was saying that directive by the President has about another 1.5 months to go. The National Treasury must also, in line with the directive by the President, ensure that e-procurement becomes a reality at the end of this first quarter. And by the time the National Treasury is bringing their annual estimates at the 31st or 30th or thereabout of April, they must also report to the House whether they have made the e-procurement a reality, as they report by May 31st on the automation of the IFMI system and the debt management system, Honorable Speaker, and also the single treasury account, because if there is a place that has become an avenue for corruption, is the question of funds being held by MDAs, ministries, and state agencies going to solicit for bribes, Honorable Speaker, so that they can bank in particular banks. And that is where you find many MDAs, you find them queuing, bank managers queuing in state departments and parastatals. Many parastatals are holding huge amounts of money, Honorable Speaker, in bank accounts, earning small interest. And the same money then is given to government in terms of domestic public debt. There is no reason why we should be borrowing. Government should be borrowing its own money. And we must ensure that the single National Treasury account becomes a reality, so that even when we borrow money, Honorable Speaker, we are not borrowing our own money. There is absolutely no reason why an MDA should bank in a commercial bank an interest of 4-5%. Then we go back as government and borrow the same money from the market at 11-12%, Honorable Speaker. It is not right, and we must ensure it does not happen. And I say this, I hope the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury, the Honorable John Buddy, who is a former member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and a former member of this House, is listening to me, and the PS Kipto. They must actualize the single treasury account. The automation that the House is resolving through these policy resolutions must not just be talk and resolutions here, they must be actualized. And may I remind them, as the President directed, by the end of the first quarter, we expect to see e-procurement in place, as was directed during the State of the Nation address. I beg to support.
No, before you sit, what will happen to them if they don't do it? Because this is not the first time we have this single account. What will happen to them if they don't do it?
Honorable Speaker, it is not up to me to say what will happen to them if they do not do. But if the appointing authority has publicly pronounced itself...
No, this is now going to be a House
and
resolution.
The House resolutions,
yes.
Honorable Speaker, are in writing. These resolutions are given to the National Treasury upon approval by the House. When they receive them, they will know they can start counting days to the 31st of May and July for the actualization of the single treasury account. If they do not do it, then they will know that we have teeth to bite. Those who have refused and threatened members of parliament by the roadsides have seen what happens.
Now you can have your chance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to rise and support the adoption of the report of the Liaison Committee on its consideration of the medium-term debt management system, which we have dealt with this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, it is extremely important for this House to know that it is supposed to control the debt of the country, and that in place it should be a management system which is easy to comprehend and which is understandable to the House. The problem we have in the country is that many people think We borrow money, we do not account for it, much of it is looted, as a result of which everybody, including those who are not born, are debt-ridden. It is not true to say so, because when we listened to the officers from the Central Bank and the Ministry of Finance, the Treasury, actually there are systems regarding our debt system, and unfortunately these are not known to the country. They are also even not known to members of parliament, as a result of which we are all in limbo. And therefore, as we start this constitutional mandate we have of maintaining the debt system of the country, it is important to implore the National Treasury to ensure that we actually have the necessary paperwork that is understandable and comprehensible as we deal with our debt system. Allow me kindly to touch on one of the issues that arose regarding our debts when we had these meetings with the Cabinet Secretary and the National Treasury. We were convinced that possibly the money we borrow, most of it goes to recurrent expense and not to development. And this is the reason why there is a hue and cry from the country as to why we are borrowing and we cannot see development. It was explained to us that if you borrow money and you do not use it prudently, then later on you would have two problems. Number one, the debt would be unpopular. Number two, you would not see the sense of repaying. And this is the reason why some countries default on their debt obligations. Therefore, it is vitally important for the country to know that yes, we are incurring debts, both domestic and external. But the purpose of those debts is to ensure that the country is better off than where it is. We posed one question: are there countries in this world that are debt-free? Because we felt maybe once upon a time in future, Kenya would be a debt-free country. The specialists who are economists and financialists informed us that they are not aware of any country in the world that is debt-free. What they know for sure is even some developed countries are more indebted than developing countries, but they use their monies very prudently. Therefore, to improve transparency and accountability in the anticipated increase of domestic borrowing, the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury should do the following. Number one, within 60 days, form a working committee to establish criteria for assessing effective utilization of borrowed money. Number two, record the debt register in details on the utilization of the money so that everybody who wants to know how a debt was spent actually has the information. With those remarks, I beg to support.
The member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to start by thanking the Liaison Committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, it is always not easy to go through the medium-term debt strategy and come up with recommendations. So I've looked at the report, Honorable Speaker, and it really brings out very important issues in terms of managing our public debt. I would really want to focus on about 3 issues, Honorable Speaker, which have been captured in the report. The first one, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the ratio being above 55, as approved by this House. Honorable Speaker, the intention was that by 2028, the government through fiscal consolidation will be able to bring this ratio back to either 55 or below 55. But the way things are, Honorable Speaker, I can say without any fear of contradiction that if we don't change our attitude, the way we spend our money as a country, we will never be below 55, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, this is a matter the National Treasury should take seriously, as recommended by this report, Honorable Speaker, that we need to work towards bringing this figure below 55, Honorable Speaker. The second matter, Honorable Speaker, is the ratios in terms of domestic debt and external debt, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the proposed ratio now is that external debt, Honorable Speaker, 65%, external debt 35%, domestic 65%, external 65%, that 5%, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the statistics in terms of our debt repayment, and more so interest repayment, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the total interest paid per year, and the annual total interest paid, Honorable Speaker, even though the domestic debt is about 51% and external is in total about 49%, in terms of interest payment, Honorable Speaker, 70% of the total interest payment goes to domestic debt, while 30% goes to external debt. In simple terms, we are saying domestic debt is very expensive, Honorable Speaker. And if domestic debt is expensive, Honorable Speaker, the way forward to help this country would be to go slow on domestic debt and increase external debt. We know the challenges the country is facing accessing external debt, Honorable Speaker. But I think it is the responsibility of the Kenya Kwanza government through Treasury to make sure that they do what it takes to reduce domestic borrowing and borrow more from external, Honorable Speaker. In that case, we'll be helping the country. The third point, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the single treasury account, Honorable Speaker. This has become a song in this republic. In this House, Honorable Speaker, if you remember, me and you, we have served in the Budget Committee for a long time. This is a matter we have been talking for over 10 years, the issue of the single treasury account. I always wonder, why can't we implement this recommendation that we make we make operational the issue of the single treasury account? I see a recommendation talks about by July 1st, 2025. How I wish, Honorable Speaker, this time, this House will enforce that recommendation so that come 1st July 2025, Honorable Speaker, we'll be talking about a single treasury account. There are so many benefits which accrue to that account, Honorable Speaker. And this country will benefit more and in a big way if we went that direction. The last one, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of digitization of our public debt. Honorable Speaker, the other day you saw in the papers that this country has been operating a manual system. Kenya, we pride ourselves to be the regional leader. You have heard the stories about Tanzania, the stories about Uganda. Our neighbors are doing better in terms of managing public debt. And the reason why they have gone digitally, Honorable Speaker, is to reduce issues of corruption. The more we remain on manual system, Honorable Speaker, the more we open wide doors for corruption. How I wish this matter is taken seriously and we move our public debt management to a digital system other than a manual system. With this many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this report.
The Honorable Mutunga.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice to this very important debate in support of the adoption of the Liaison Committee report on the medium-term debt management strategy for 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, borrowing is a necessity and is not a bad idea, as many have spoken to it. And Honorable Speaker, rarely will you find countries that do not borrow, and even individuals who do not borrow don't grow very fast. So borrowing is really not a bad thing. Honorable Speaker, the borrowing strategy is anchored onto macroeconomic indicators as outlined in the 2025 medium-term debt management strategy. The strategy, Honorable Speaker, is backed by stable inflation rates. Kenya is experiencing about the lowest inflation rates since so many years ago, more than 10 years ago. On the other hand, Honorable Speaker, is also anchored on the robust economic growth, which is averaged at around 5%. It's also anchored on the stable exchange rates, and we can clearly attest to the fact that our exchange rates are not bad. The shilling has strengthened to 128 to 129. It's between 128 and 130, depending on where you exchange as or seek for exchange. Honorable Speaker, is also anchored onto favorable global economic conditions, which we may not have a lot to do or control, and also the strong revenue collection. This country has been doing very well in terms of revenue collection, and even if we are missing the point at some points, sometimes, Honorable Speaker, we are not missing the point by great percentage. So the medium-term debt management strategy is also strongly based on the planned reduction of the fiscal deficit. The fiscal deficit being the difference between what we can be able to support and what we need to look for outside there. So the reduction basically, Honorable Speaker, harnesses the revenue collection, which has been really taken care of, while limiting unproductive, expenditure and growth. Let me very briefly, Honorable Speaker, talk to the fact that this year, or rather the 2025-2026 medium-term debt management strategy proposes that Kenya will borrow 831 billion shillings, which is the deficit between the total that you can collect and our budget, as it were. So the total projected borrowing, Honorable Speaker, at the local level, or rather local level borrowing or domestic borrowing, is projected to be at 65%. Yes, indeed, Honorable Speaker, many of us have spoken to this particular fact. It is expensive to borrow locally, but if you look at the medium-term proposals or projection, Honorable Speaker, it is projecting that Kenya will be supported, or rather will be borrowing about 45% externally, which brings down our borrowing to 55%, and that is within the acceptable limits. Honorable Speaker, that reduction is key because it will also come up with a lot of reduction in costs. When we try to examine what we are going to be borrowed from outside, Honorable Speaker, through concessional borrowing, we are looking at borrowing around 14%, semi-concessional borrowing around 3%, and the commercial borrowing out there as 8%. In order for that to happen, Honorable Speaker, certain factors must be put in place. And that is the reason why probably we cannot borrow externally a lot. We need stable exchange rates, which I've talked to. Macro fiscal variables that influence international credit must also be in favor, which will allow Kenya, therefore, to access external debts, Honorable Speaker, at acceptable rates. The better our credit rating is, the more we can be preferred as a destination, and then the more we can probably, bargain. The medium-term debt management strategy, Honorable Speaker, take into account several challenges which I would like to highlight. One of them, the sovereign credit rating. Kenya right now, under the credit, they have been able to check the future credit rating gives Kenya a positive outlook, which means we are stable. The other one is the external factors which basically control such as market volatility, and this has an influence on the timing and the cost of the debt operations themselves. There's also the increased debt servicing cost, which is important. But having noted those challenges, Honorable Speaker, the strategy goes further to give the...
I'll give you 30 seconds. You don't have the whole...
Just to highlight.
You can't highlight. You want to wind down.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, let me wind down by saying that the strategy indicates an approach to this strategy, those challenges. It doesn't just leave challenges or appreciate their challenges, it gives an approach to these challenges. First of all, centralizing a trade to a single trade repository. This will help us to better do price discovery, which will help us in preparedness. The other one is operationalize the sinking fund. And this again is going to help us to reduce risk of borrowing. And finally, the improvement of cash management, which is also going to help us to basically contain the use of overdraft. And overdrafts are normally very expensive. And also with the other strategy is to sustain fiscal consolidation, which is something that has been happening in this country and is moving towards the reduction of the public debt accumulation. Honourable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I wish to support adoption of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The member for Marakwet East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I'm a member of the Liaisons Committee, and we had a long discussion with the Treasury on this issue of a medium-term debt management strategy, which is a global practice, Honorable Speaker, on how governments manages their debts. And Mr. Speaker, the debt management in Kenya, for a while, it's been kind of very secretive from the public. And in fact, even many members of this House don't understand how it is being carried out there in Treasury. Mr. Speaker, what we observed is that the country states at this point is at 11.2 trillion, which is equivalent to 65.7% of our GDP, which is way above, it's almost 10% over and above what this House approved, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight some few issues out of that, what the Treasury presented. That the Treasury, they are going to borrow close to 832 billion Kenya shillings. That is to close the deficit for the financial year 2025-2026. And they are going to do it in foreign and local debts, Honorable Speaker, in terms of 65% from the local and about 35% from the domestic foreign. Mr. Speaker, there is one issue which came out very clearly. That one, as a country, compared to other jurisdictions like in Tanzania and even in Uganda, number one, as a country, we don't have a debt committee as a country. You will find that our debt is just managed by some few individuals in Treasury. And we told Treasury yesterday there is need for the Treasury, the Central Bank, the Office of Controller of Budget. They must have a team, together with the Office of the Attorney General of Kenya. They must have a team which can manage our debts as a country. And number two, the Honorable Speaker, on the debt procurement. This is money we are borrowing. They must be subjected to a procurement process like any other procurement in the country. We have seen that we have a debt of 832, Honorable Speaker. Let Treasury go out and advertise through a public participation. They need to do a public participation and then procure in an open process. So that when we are saying that we are getting from our local banks, KCB, Equity, and this one, at what rate are we getting? Not that just some few individuals may be looking themselves in a room somewhere in Treasury and agree with some CEOs on how this borrowing is going to be done. Number two, the Honorable Speaker, we are saying that we need to digitize the whole debt management system. We have a very robust system, which is the IFMIS system, Honorable Speaker. The IFMIS system is running as a single government payment system, but it is not integrated with the government payroll system. It is not integrated with the government pensions system. It is not integrated with the procurement system. So we want to see, because this is the one single payment entry, we want to see that the government payroll system is integrated with IFMIS so that to do away with the cost workers. It is integrated with e-procurement for transparency and to stop corruption, and also integrated also with our registration system so that when one dies in employment, when it's automatically removed from IRS system, it automatically also removes from the payroll system. And by so doing, Mr. Speaker, we are going to improve on how we manage our debts as a country. I support.
Thank you. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is actually a very good development. Debt management strategy has not always been part of the budget process. And I think I've been in this parliament, and at the first term, actually we didn't even touch it. Second term, now we started mentioning. If now it has become a normal and regular part of the budget process, that is as it should be. And I really appreciate the work the Liaison Committee has done. Mr. Speaker, debt is normal. Borrowing is important if we have to grow, we have to have development, we have to improve infrastructure, and in that process, you will actually generate jobs, generate businesses, and so you need the debt. Even at personal level, you can never grow if you do not borrow. But as much as it is necessary, it also has got a risk that if you borrow without a clear way of using that, the money you have borrowed, you will definitely have a problem. It will derail the economy. Therefore, a debt management strategy is a must, which will help us to actually set up thresholds like the debt to GDP ratio. Honestly, if you're borrowing, it must depend on what you are generating. If you have a threshold that guides you on that, that is extremely important, and that's what this does. Mr. Speaker, if you have issues like fiscal deficit to GDP, when you are doing the budget, the gap between what we have and what we want must be related to what we can generate. So if those parameters are guiding us, and that is what the management strategy is, it is actually important. And if you have a threshold between external and domestic debt, we may think that the bigger problem is external debt, but domestic debt is a problem on its own. One, it crowds out borrowing for local businesses. Two, the interests are more expensive. So in the end, it hurts you. So if you have a clear criteria that we do not go beyond this ratio, I think for that, I think we should have this. And now I like the recommendations that actually have come out here, that the automated debt management system. I mean, if you have an automated system, Mr. Speaker, it will definitely reduce graft. It also reduces discretion, because without an automated system, people use their own discretion. People use their own whims. But if you have an automated system, it actually checks them. They have to go against it. And once that is done, somebody will pick it. So having automated system is extremely important. And then if you have this automated system of managing your debt, you have to link it with how you are using the money. So if you have an automated financial management system, like IFMIS that we have, you link it with all aspects of financial expenditure. You link it to the procurement. You link it to human resource. And now you even link it to debt. It is easier at that point to get things done properly. And Mr. Speaker, I like the recommendation of having treasury single account. It is ridiculous that actually you are borrowing your own money because your other agencies are banking in the banking, and you go to that same bank and you borrow. So you are actually borrowing your money at a higher risk. And so that is something I really think is a good thing. And if we develop, we also establish criteria as recommended here of assessing effective utilization of the borrowed money. That is as it should be. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I support this, and I recommend the committee for coming with this, and it's something which may be part and parcel of our budget process. Thank you.
Okay, Member for Yatta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the report from the Committee of Liaison. Mr. Speaker, borrowing is not a problem. But the problem is you borrow money and you waste the money. Mr. Speaker, we need to cut wastages and we need to cut theft. Mr. Speaker, Gen Z talked of austerity measures, Mr. Speaker. And even the president banned politicians from participating in Harambes, Mr. Speaker. And then I was shocked just to see the end of state donating 20 million in a church, Mr. Speaker. And you know very well, being the head of state, we respect him. But it's important.
No, because what's out of order?
Honorable Speaker, we are discussing about the medium-term debt management strategy, which is before the House. And I think the Honorable Member is digressing and is out of order to bring matters that are irrelevant. I don't know whether the country I don't know whether he understands what we are discussing, because what he is actually saying is completely not out of order. It's not relevant to the discussion that is before the House. Could the member be declared to be out of order, Honorable Speaker?
The order. The Honorable Robert, your namesakes.
Yes,
So there is Robert Basil and one is Robert Pukose. The younger Robert, could you relate to us what you are saying with the debt strategy?
You know, Mr. Speaker, I respect my namesake, Honorable Pukose. But what I want to remind him, we are talking of medium-term strategy, and we are talking of public debt management system. So if you talk of wastages, that is part of public debt management. It's within the public debt.
No, what is saying, because the rules say that when a member contributes, they must be relevant.
Yes.
Asking how is Harambee contributions relevant to this medium debt strategy? That is the issue.
Yeah, that is why I'm trying to explain to him, because when you see the end of, say, contributing, we are trying to see or to explain, could this money be coming from the public debt? Remember, we borrow money. No, wait a minute.
Yeah, you are out of order. On that, you are completely out of order. Please proceed and prosecute your point.
Yes, what I was trying, the emphasis I was trying to put across, Mr. Speaker, and I think members need to listen to me carefully, because whatever we do is for generations to come, not for now. So when we talk of public debt management system, we need to use our money prudently, because why borrow money at the same time misuse the money? When I talk about budget, our budget is never itemized, for example, Mr. Speaker. And that is why accountability is required. When we talk of recommending public debt management system to be digitized, is to promote accountability and transparency on usage of money borrowed, that is public debt. Mr. Speaker, if you look at countries like Japan, the debt ratio to GDP stands at over 200%. The debt ratio to GDP of countries like the United States stand at 98%. Our debt ratio to GDP is at 68%. But the only challenge we have, the money that we borrow, we never use it prudently. And that is the point I'm trying to underscore to members and to the country at large. Mr. Speaker, as members just mentioned, if you look at IMF, they have put the threshold for borrowing money at 55%. That is a public debt for development or for developing countries at 50%. But ours now, Mr. Speaker, we are recommending over 55%. And I think we need to be careful, Mr. Speaker, otherwise we are going to burden Kenyans with the debt, which will be extremely unacceptable, considering now the cost of living is above the roof, Mr. Speaker. So in a nutshell, what I would recommend going forward, and as a way of prudent use of our resources or public management, we need to invest in production, Mr. Speaker, so that we can generate raw materials and also finished products to mitigate importation and to be able to reverse the balance of trade, which is currently negative, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, we need to have, a proper system within Treasury, like having one account within Treasury, so that we seal all loopholes where our resources could actually disappear and cause to increased debt where the money is not accounted for, and the Kenyans continue to feel the pinch, Mr. Speaker. So it's not that I'm trying to attack or dilute the discussion by making references to some of the accusations or where Kenyans would be agitated and say, for example, their resources is not prudently being used. That is the reason why even these austerity measures were called for by the agencies, Mr. Speaker. So with that, I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Baringo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I also want to join members who have spoken before me in supporting and wading my thoughts into this medium-term debt management strategy of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this report has come at a very good time, considering that within the period of our elections and now, we are right in the middle of the term. And this, as a report shows the growth that we have so far undertaken through our economy. And the debt, like most members have said, borrowing is not a problem. But the problem is, where do you put the money after borrowing? Because automatically you will end up, pushing yourself and making sure that you're paid back the money you borrowed. In Kenya today, we are grappling on many things, many vices that contribute to wastages, embezzlement of public funds because of lack of proper infrastructures and proper ways of making sure this money is taken care of. And people who handle money, Mr. Speaker, in this case is Treasury, which the report is suggesting that they must, by all means, make sure that they have this single, single source of making sure that all the MDS and all parastatals use one channel to, in their, as a single, I can't see the channel to make sure that they are utilizing the money that is given to them. Mr. Speaker, many times I think we lose and don't understand where exactly is the problem coming from when we say money has been mismanaged. But the people who do this work, specifically Treasury, these are people. And someone told me one day that the people who are actually causing most of the corruption in this country, sometimes people think it's politicians, are the people who sit and draft budget lines and give recommendations on what to be budgeted at the end of the day. And these are the people who decide how much debt is borrowed and where this money goes. And when we take care of that single entry, we will be able to curb most of the problems that we have here today. And the interagency committee, as the report indicated, should be enhanced so that we are able to take care and curb most of the problems and the corruption that is a runaway in most of these ministries. Also, we need to check on the public servants who are career civil servants many times, who have worked in these departments over and over, probably up to 10 years, to 20 years, because there is a possibility of budgeted corruption because of the position they sit. They know how much that is needed, but they are the ones who control the budgets because they know, they draw the budget lines. And this is where, if we, as the National Assembly, we will do our oversight to make sure that this report is acted upon to the latter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this report by the Liaison Committee, where I sit as a member. And more importantly, this report is very important because it it actually gives strategies on how to manage our debt on the medium term, the medium term strategy on debt management. Honorable Speaker, this is a policy document which all countries around the globe have. And it is a policy document that has been initiated as a result of world financial crash occasioned by huge debt burden. Across the globe, and even in our homes, in even institutions, we have debt. And managed debt, Mr. Speaker, is very risky, it is costly, it is expensive, it actually depresses economic development. In effect, this particular document or this particular strategy is very good, and I want to laud the National Treasury for having come up with this particular document. The document looks in detail. One, that we actually need to have a detailed report or quarterly reports on the progress on the fiscal consolidation as outlined in the 2025 budget policy statement. Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement of 2025 is a policy document giving direction on how our budget this financial year, 2025-2026, will go. It gives a direction. This particular document is going to form part of the annexures to that particular report, the budget policy statement. But the report that we have in this particular medium term also gives us how can we manage our debt. Our debt has grown over the years, Mr. Speaker. It has grown from about up to now around 11 trillion shillings. And this one is supposed to actually be managed. In managing debt, Mr. Speaker, we need to know where do we borrow from. If we borrow externally, it means the pool of monies is large, and therefore the loans are going to be cheaper. If we borrow locally, two things will happen. One, we shall be competing with the private and the individuals, and therefore makes the interest move up. And two, depress the economic development, the overall development of our economy. By so doing, that's why when you look at this debt, the one we have, at 65 domestic to 35 external, actually it is wrongly skewed. We actually need to have borrowed more externally and borrow less as a government internally, so that we allow our Indian institutions to borrow within and therefore bring the interest down. Honorable Speaker, we also need to know that why do we borrow? We need to borrow to account. We need to borrow to make sure that any money that we borrow, we need to see it in roads, electricity, we need to see it in terms of health facilities, we need to see it in schools and every other facility that we are borrowing from. That's why in recommendation number 3, the integration of debt management system with the integrated financial management system, or IFMIS, by that 1st May is very laudable. I want to laud this because any debt that any borrowing, let me use that term, any borrowing that we do engage in, first of all, we need to know how it is utilized, areas it is funding, and more importantly, the value for that particular borrowing. So that by the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it will actually be of value to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the other recommendation which I want to really laud is where many of our institutions, for example, the state agencies, do bank in our local banks, then the national government go and borrow their own money. This one we need to stop. And I want to laud the National Treasury for actually coming out very clearly on this. And it has been recommended that the National Treasury and the Central Bank should ensure that we ensure that that particular item be actually stopped or be actually looked into. Lastly, I also want to say that we need to digitize and make sure that our borrowing is digital.
Why should you have it on 1 minute? Why? Why? Okay, 1 minute.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that because all the itemized loans that we have, we need to actually integrate them into the financial systems so that even as we procure for loans, and I want to allow what the member for Marakwet is said, it has to be public, it has to be public procured. No loan should actually be procured by 2 or 3 people in the National Treasury and agreed upon without understanding the consequences and the risks involved in it. So the general public has to know it, everyone has to know it, and what are the measures, how expensive or how cheaper it is for the sake of our country. I support, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As required in the Constitution of Kenya and the PFM Act, at the commencement of any financial year before then, the National Treasury must lay before the House a public debt management strategy. Honorable Speaker, the only concern and fear we have always had, Honorable Speaker, that many times the the debt management strategy that is always presented in the House here might end up just being an empty ritual, just a matter to placate the provisions of the law and to make people, Kenyans, believe that the government is serious about managing debt, which has never been the case. Honorable Speaker, how does debt arise? It's a very simple. You budget what you want to spend, you look at the revenues you have or you can collect, the deficit you have to borrow. It therefore then means, Honorable Speaker, that as a country, we are living beyond our means. We are living beyond our means because if our revenue threshold is this level, we should make all attempts, Honorable Speaker, to then undertake programs and projects that are within our means. Granted, in a private sector, debt is always cheaper than equity. But in public sector, it's the reverse. Debt is more expensive than locally generated revenue. So, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the report presented by the Liaison Committee, this is what it reads. Under paragraph 8, a review of the implementation of medium-term management strategies since the year 2020 revealed that there has been a consistent deviation from the approved debt management strategy in the actual borrowing. So, Honorable Speaker, it means 2 things. One, the Treasury mandarins just bring the document to this House for the sake of it, to comply with the law. Secondly, they deliberately mislead the House, knowing they are not unlikely to achieve, so they can benefit some local banks and some international donors or lenders for their own personal need. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, the country suffers due to incompetencies, ineptitudeness, or basic greed of the people who are in charge at the department. Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 2023-2024, the actual ratio...
No, Mele, the member of Funyula is making his... What is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, when he was speaking, I did not interrupt him, yet he was saying so many things I didn't add.
Order. Mr. Speaker, the member of Funyula is completely out of order in the sense that, Mr. Speaker, the fact that this paper has been prepared adequately well, and we've given timelines in which the National Treasury is supposed to make sure that they adhere to what we are saying as a liaison committee on the medium-term debt strategy. Then the member is just saying it is lies, it is for the sake of the others, yet we are waiting. If they will not comply with it, he's out of order because he's actually giving false lies that this paper is for the sake of the donors.
Yes. And he'll debate using his own words, not yours.
Yes.
Go ahead. He's debating and he'll debate.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Medley says he sits in the Liaison Committee. The report is here. What I'm reading here is what they have actually commented in paragraph 8. It's not my own making. It's not my words. Unless you signed the report you didn't read. Honorable Speaker, how is that possible? Honorable Speaker, and they're saying, Honorable Speaker, in this report, again, our debt ratio to GDP is already at 63%, yet the PFM Act says 55 plus 5. So, Honorable Speaker, are we dealing with illegality here? Is the committee responsible dealing with illegality here, sanitizing the illegality here? Are they just coming to Parliament for the sake of sanitizing illegality? Honorable Speaker, And Honorable Speaker, even the report gives a very dim view of the prospects in the future. They say the primary drive of the rising debt stock is the persistent fiscal deficit, influenced by significant infrastructure development needs, increasing debt servicing costs, and exchange rate fluctuations. So, Honorable Speaker, I would have really expected the committee would have gone out of their way to synthesize, discuss, and explain to us how do they...
The member for which wants to inform you. Do you want information?
No, I don't want to be informed unless it's a point of order, Chair. Honorable Speaker, you see the power to be informed and the standing order lies with me to accept or not. Unless it's a point of order, then it should be in order, but not point of information.
Okay, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker.
We will allow the Honorable Member for Vunyula to finish his...
Yes, we will have to. Honorable Speaker, I hope you will account for the interruptions so that I'm given my points to conclude. Honorable Speaker, the issue of public debt in this country has been at the forefront of the discussion for long. And the truth of the matter, Honorable Speaker, public debt in this country is deliberately understated. That's the truth of the matter. Honorable Speaker, even if you went to any office and asked, give me a schedule or a register of public debt, nobody knows. I sit in Public Accounts Committee, and some of these things that come up will shock you, Honorable Speaker. So indeed, that's why I'm trying to bring the point that probably this document, we need to have a different paradigm shift, how we are going to develop it, discuss it, and make it a document that can guide discussion in this House. Honorable Speaker, in the current financial year, the 2025-2026, the deficit is about 831 billion. Again, how would you have a deficit? It's almost a third of your budget. What kind of budgeting is this? Honorable Speaker, domestic will be about 540 billion, external 290 billion. Yet again, Honorable Speaker, when you look at this, they're not so sure they're going to borrow that money because many times they have failed to achieve that balance and have ended up borrowing domestically. Honorable Speaker, as we talk about this, we are forgetting the issue of pending bills. It is extremely unfair. It's extremely undeserving. It's extremely unfair to the people of Kenya to fail to account pending bills as part of public debt. It is a public debt. Yet the strategy paper here that has no mention at all about pending bills. Are we being sincere and truthful to the people of Kenya? We are not. This Kenya Kwanza government, Honorable Speaker, the debt that we have, Honorable Speaker, we could actually liquidate it using our own resources. Honorable Speaker, we hold Harambes to do irrelevant things, yet we cannot hold Harambes to meet our development needs. Are we sincere to the people of Kenya, or just a rip-off to make sure the people of Kenya remain in abject poverty and there's no development at all? With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support because it's required by the law, but with reservations.
Thank you. Member for Ndebes. The Honorable Bai, you just walked in. He's been kicked.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
He's been killing since we started.
I stand, Honorable Speaker. I stand, Honorable Speaker, to support the Liaison Committee consideration of the 2025 medium-term debt management strategy as laid in the House. Honorable Speaker, when you look at this debt management strategy, we talk about external borrowing as being relatively cheaper than domestic debt. And this is due to the share of concessional loans from multilateral lenders, such as the World Bank and our development partners. Indeed, 54% of the total external debt portfolio is concessional and significantly contributes to the sustainability of the Kenya's debt. Honorable Speaker, my colleague Honorable Undo is misled the public that you can do Harambes to pay external debts. I think that there is no country that has ever done a Harambe to pay an external debt. And I think that was just, I presume from somebody of his caliber, that was just a joke. I think he said, he must have said it in a light touch. Honorable Speaker, there is no country in the world that does not borrow. Japan, US, name any other of the developed countries. All countries borrow and they have debts. In our view, Honorable Speaker, we noted that the external commercial borrowing is relatively expensive compared to the concessional loans, as I have already mentioned. And therefore, various risk measures, including paying off of some of the most expensive loans and exploring cheaper debt instruments, such as green bonds, are being considered in this report. Following the review of the 2025 MDDS, the committee observed that the government will borrow 831.1 billion, which is equivalent to the fiscal deficit in the 2025 budget policy statement. This amount borrowed, Honorable Speaker, will be sourced from both domestic and external sources at a ratio of 65-35 respectively. Honorable Speaker, to mitigate growing risk of domestic debt interest payments and reduce the tendency of the government borrowing funds held by public entities, the National Treasury should deploy the Treasury single account for all MDS, parastatals, and public funds, as being put by various members who have spoken, among them the Deputy Speaker who moved this motion, Honorable Majority Leader also said the same, and even the members of the Budget Committee, the Honorable Makali Muli, he's also stressed this issue of single treasury account. And I think this is the direction in which we should be able to go. As we speak, Honorable Speaker, from the control of budget yesterday, who said she had been in Tanzania. Tanzania is already using it. And so I think it's a high time as a country that we also deploy the same. And members having raised issues about transparency and accountability in the domestic borrowing, Honorable Speaker, I think the committee has already made some recommendations, among them that the Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury and Economic Planning should form a working committee to establish criteria for assessing the effective utilization of borrowed funds by ministries, departments, and agencies to establish the registrar of government securities pursuant to Section 55 of the PFM Act. And secondly, to record the debt in the register, the details on the utilization of the borrowed funds, including the set of projects funded from the proceeds of infrastructure bonds and any other bond, that so that to make it much easier for people to be able to can look at the register and be able to access that information. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The member for Kitui Rural. Honorable Mboni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say on the outset, I support the report. And Mr. Speaker, this is the second one, I think, in this parliament since this parliament started. And it's very good that we actually know what is our debt stock. Debt is not a bad thing. No country has ever developed without borrowing. You realize that developing countries are more indebted than developing countries, with Japan having the highest debt to GDP at present value of 256. US is at 123% of GDP at present value. And most of the countries, developing countries, are below 100. But they cry more because the loans they took, either they are expensive, and also the way they utilize the loans. Most of the loans went to wastage. And therefore, paying becomes a problem. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the loans which we should take from this country should go into projects or programs with high economic and social returns, so that it becomes easier for us to pay because of the impact they are going to bring to this country. Mr. Speaker, looking at the report, one thing which is worrying is the Kenya loans mix. When you talk about domestic loan in this country, is 65% from the report, and external is at 5%. Mr. Speaker, domestic loans have their own effects, a very serious effect. One, the interest rates are very high. Two, their repayment period is very short. Most of them are 5 years or that kind of thing. And the more critical thing is that they crowd out private sector borrowing. Now, if the rates, for example, last year, the rates, the special bonds, the rates were around 20%, 16, 18%. And if you go to the bank because of that, the banks will increase their interest rates because it's easier, there is less risk borrowing from government than private sector. Banks giving to government than private sector. And therefore, they increase their interest rates. When they increase their interest rates, the bank cannot borrow, they cannot invest, they cannot expand their businesses or start up their businesses. And there's a serious effect on economic growth. Mr. Speaker, we need to move to more concession loans, which are have low interest rates and long repayment periods, so that at least we can benefit from the loan and desist from borrowing. Mr. Speaker, how did we find ourselves in this situation? One thing is the way we do our budgets. We have always having a budget with high deficits. The moment this parliament approves a budget with a deficit, you are already approving borrowing because the deficit has to be financed. So we need to move, and the deficit stands around 17% of our budget. So we need to move more to balanced budgets so that we reduce our borrowing. The other thing we need to do is to reduce the use of Article 223. These are provisions in financial management which have really been misused by Mandarin's treasury. You realize that every year we are spending on this article, using this article, between 100 and 200 billion per year. You know, this is money which is not budgeted. And immediately you spend that kind of money, you are also affecting the projects which are budgeted for. Mr. Speaker, it's a pity that some withdrawals on debt payment are done manually. Last week we met with the control budget, and she was saying that she's approving 115 payments, debt payment every month, every week, actually every week. And some of them are done manually. And she has not really time to go through all those payments. So I think it's important for this recommendation that is to actually automate withdrawal of debts so that at least we can have we increase our accountability on debt repayment. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is fiscal consolidation. This is a song which I've sung for so many years, and it's high time we strictly follow fiscal.
30 seconds.
It's high time we strictly implement fiscal consultation so that we can reduce unnecessary trips, hospitalities which are in our budgets, and general wastage which we have been facing. Mr. Speaker, the single treasury account of our FDS. I was reading somewhere last week, and the money which we are collecting for affordable housing, that money, affordable housing, it has earned 2 billion shillings from government securities. You know, because if we have fiscal, this single treasury account, the government is going to have money to use without paying interest. So this is something which we need really to implement, and the treasury should not actually be telling us when they are going to be. Implementation should have been yesterday, not even today.
Thank you. Member Cliffy North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, that you give me this opportunity to contribute to the medium-term debt management strategy. One, Honorable Speaker, it's high time that this country implements the single treasury account. That way, we are assured that government money is government money and we do not have to pay interest on it. First, Honorable Speaker,
there are times when you have government actually borrows its own money, where you have money scattered in different banks. Government goes out there, say they want a loan, and what the bank does is just accumulate government money, gives it to government, and then charges interest on it. And that's how we continue to grow the debt in this country. So it is very important that we implement the single treasury account to avoid the situation where we are actually banks. By the way, if you look at domestic debt versus external debt today, the domestic debt is higher. But if you ask yourself, who is actually the, and banks are making exorbitant profits, and you ask yourself, these profits where, while other Kenyans don't have money and there's little borrowing in the country, but actually you hear a bank has made a profit of 14 billion, and you ask yourself why? Because they have been using government. It's actually government giving them those exorbitant profits, and yet those profits that they're declaring is actually government money that they have used to loan out to government to make more money from government. And therefore, it is very important, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the single treasury account is maintained. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, on the same issue of debt, I heard the Honorable John Badi the other day. I listened to him, he was on Spice FM on the Situation Room, and he was discussing about Kenya's debt, and he's looking at the Eurobonds. He's looking at it up to 2034. Then we are already indebted up to 2034 as a country because of how we are managing our debt. That what we are doing...
2036.
2036, actually, 2036. If you look at it, Honorable Speaker, what we are doing is we dig a hole to cover another hole, then dig a bigger hole to cover another even deeper hole. And yet looking at the many projects that are in this country, you have a lot of incomplete projects that you cannot take propriety on, and yet we have borrowed. Yesterday, if you looked at what Citizen was airing, and you're seeing that the country has borrowed 6 billion. The project went halfway. It was not completed. Then now, for you to complete, you have to borrow. So the cost of the project goes up by like 30%. Because of the delay. But for you to get that 30%, you have to borrow for you to be able to complete a project that should have been completed 3 years ago. What does that mean? We cannot manage our debt because of delay on projects or ambitious on certain projects. And therefore, managing Kenya's debt will be a challenge. Look at the many projects that were abandoned because they were started all over the country during the previous regime. Very many projects were started. Now, this country is trying to look for money to finish those projects. But the cost of that project ab initio is different from the cost of project 3, 4, 5 years down the line. So what happens? Government incurs costs. Actually, what government has done is that you have a project that was actually initially supposed to be completed in 1 year for 6 billion. But it is being completed in 3 years at 12 billion, double the cost. Honorable Speaker, that is one thing that we must do in terms of starting projects. When we are starting projects, we must start a project that we must finish. Otherwise, we'll continue to borrow to cover projects that are unfinished. The third thing, Honorable Speaker, is where we borrow from commercial banks. You know, these Exim banks and all that, instead of multilateral or bilateral loans. We have been hit very hard by commercial loans, Honorable Speaker, as against multilateral and bilateral. The multilateral and bilateral loans are cheap loans, things that we should be going for. But what we have seen is people have preferred to go for commercial loans that are very, very expensive. And the more you delay on it, they accrue interest, and Honorable Speaker, it becomes very difficult to manage. I do not know at what time we will really get hold. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, if you give me 1 minute, lastly. In the previous regime, there are institutions that were used to borrow money, and you ask parastatals, you know you have a debt that was incurred on your behalf of 100 billion, and but you don't know how that money was borrowed, and that money never came to us. How are we going to manage that? So, Honorable Speaker, as we consolidate all these things that we are looking at, we need as a parliament to put our foot down and say every coin that must be borrowed be sanctioned by this House. If this House starts sanctioning the loans that we are borrowing, Honorable Speaker, we'll get hold of our loan portfolio and we'll be able to manage the debt of this country. I thank you.
Well said. The Honorable Member, this is Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support this particular report because, Honorable Speaker, this, first of all, is within its time that we need to discuss this particular report. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the strategy that has been presented by the committee and some of the recommendations they have given. Like, for example, the fact that we now want to automate the system and integrate it to IFMIS. I think this is something that is way beyond time. It should have happened sooner than this. But all the same, it's still a very good idea. The only caution I want to throw in there is when we are doing this integration, let's not immediately grandfather the current manual system until we are certain that this actually works. Because the danger of doing that is if you integrate the two systems and it doesn't work, then it throws you back to square one. Also, Honorable Speaker, I have seen another recommendation that even as we are implementing this, that there'll be close scrutiny and monitoring on a quarterly basis for this particular report, which again, Honorable Speaker, is very important, because when you do that, we will be able to tell whether or not it is working. We'll be able to tell whether or not the new ratios that are being suggested as being introduced in terms of increasing the domestic borrowing vis-a-vis the external, we'll be able to tell whether or not this is actually working. And where I'm coming from, Honorable Speaker, with that is because I have seen that one of the recommendations is that it includes a close look at the proceeds of the infrastructure bond. Honorable Speaker, what we need to be aware of, and the reports that we also need to be furnished as a House, is the reports of how our infrastructure bond especially is doing in the local market. We need to know the extent of borrowing that local investors, Kenyans, are actually doing, so that we are able to know whether or not this is working. I have seen the introduction of also some of the alternative financial measures, like the linked bonds, the debt swaps, the diaspora bonds, the ECG bonds, and all that, which is also good. But also, Honorable Speaker, even when we are suggesting this, we need to be very aware and cognizant of whether or not this has worked in other economies. And if we are borrowing this particular practice, then we also need to match ourselves against the countries where this has succeeded. Because financial prudency, success of that normally is not something that is unique from different environments. It's something that if it has worked in one particular place, then you know you can borrow the ideas that they've used. And Honorable Speaker, there's a very common saying that we say that there is nothing wrong with copying a good cut. It's very much in order. Honorable Speaker, I also just want to speak about the monitoring aspect of it in terms of the Ministry of National Treasury, which has also been suggested as at the 31st May of 2025. In terms of just reviewing whether or not the debt utilization and the debt procurement process is actually working, which, Honorable Speaker, is also good. My only fear is that we need to also be very careful that we are not overwhelming one particular department with doing all this at the same time. These are all very good measures, but you also must be very, very cognizant of what the effects will be. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that the only way that this will actually work is if we have strict fiscal discipline within our systems, and also that we adopt the appropriate consolidated measures for us to be able to make sure that this works. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I do support this report and I submit. I thank you.
Thank you. The member from Mandera North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this report and say that the public management, the public liability management in this country has been not well managed
for quite some time. Whether it is domestic liabilities or international liabilities, Mr. Speaker, they have not been well managed, and probably that's why we have been in the serious problem which we have been facing of borrowing again and again and again until we have reached to very, very high debts of about 11 trillion at the moment. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations forwarded by the committee in this House are promising, because we are looking at consolidation, or fiscal consolidation, to ensure that we move from where we are at the moment of about 65 point something percent to be within the recommended percentage in terms of the present value terms of 55%, plus or minus 5% by 2028, Honorable Speaker. For this to be achieved, quite a number of things must be done, especially by the National Treasury, by Central Bank of Kenya. The report says that the automation, to automate the debts service payment from the Consolidated Fund is one of the key recommendations, so that we can be able to monitor how the withdrawals are done. There have been many rumors on the